All right. The time is 4:33 p.m. and I'm calling in order a work session of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. And so, as a reminder to residents that are in attendance, this is a work session. We're not going to be taking any action tonight. This is a discussion for council, and in fact, we're going to be discussing the results or the feedback from the Parks and Open Space planning that we've been doing with the ad hoc committee and with our consultants. So we'll begin with citizen public communication. So there'll be a chance for public to input at the beginning of the process. Then we'll go into council discussion and presentation from staff as well as the consultant. But we're not going to have public comments during the discussion itself. So if you want to speak, please step up to the microphone during this time.
Melissa, am I on? Hi. Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I'm excited to see this presentation. I hope that it includes information about what AISD is doing, since it impacts so much of this plan, certainly in relationship to the Uplands. So I hope that we gathered that information as well in the course of making our recommendations, and I hope we can take that information and use it in the comprehensive plan if it was gathered. I also want to hope that while we're only doing 3 minutes here, that when we do the budget workshop, that we don't follow this format, that people can actually talk so that we can get people to become engaged on the items like we used to. So I think it's fine for this, but when we get to the budget, I certainly hope we do a more robust citizen comment on the items thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak at this time? All right, with that, we're going to move to agenda item number 3, which is discuss the following items but take no action, the Parks and Open Space draft plan. And staff, how do we want to begin? Do we want to start with staff, or do we want to start with Asakura Robinson?
I will do a quick introduction for Asakura Robinson, and then I'll let them do the presentation from there.
Okay, great. And then we can open it up for council discussion after the presentation.
Yes. Right. So Carrie and Michelle are here from Asakura Robinson. They've been working with us on the process to develop this plan, collecting all the feedback and everything that we need to kind of put forth a plan. They've worked with the Parks and Open Space Ad Hoc Committee to look at different aspects of the plan as well, and kind of narrow it down from what was like 3 plans down to 1 plan that you're going to see tonight. And in the backup material, we also put together some of the kind of overall thoughts and stuff of what the committee was thinking when they made some of these recommendations. So I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to make the presentation, and Michelle, so that you guys can see what came from that and where we're going from here.
Carolyn, and hi everybody. My name is Carrie Spiegelhalter, and I'm a senior designer at Asakura Robinson, and I am the project manager for this project.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle Bright, senior also designer at Asakura Robinson, and I also spent quite a bit of time at Lady Bird Johnson Wildfire Center. I was there for 5 years prior to my position now, and I also am a common person in your park system and bike here often.
Great, thank you. So I want to give a little bit of kind of an overview of this project, of the Parks and Open Space kind of plan and the goals for the project, which is really to prepare a plan for the future of parks, conservation areas, and green space areas in Sunset Valley, really working closely with the city and community members and our ad hoc committee to create a plan that really reflects the city's values and desires. So in that case, it really meant doing a lot of community engagement, and we'll talk a little bit about that process and our results of that community engagement before we talk about our recommendations for the overall plan. So to just give a little bit of an overview on the timeline, we've been working on this project since April, which is when we launched. So it's pretty quick, pretty fast-paced project, and we're kind of moving forward to completion here. We've done a lot of community engagement and meetings with the ad hoc committee where we've narrowed down 3 different options for the design that we came up with as a result of that community engagement. And working with that committee, we have one design to share with you today that you all can see in front of you as part of your work. So we're going to be wrapping up this project by the end of August. So the first thing that we did as part of this project, and I'm just going to touch on this pretty briefly, our existing conditions is available online if you want to take a little bit more of an in-depth look of that process. I'm sorry that since the screen's a little small, you can't necessarily see everything. But what we did is we took an overall look at the current City of Sunset Valley parks, open spaces, and identified also opportunity areas, which are kind of city-owned parcels that aren't necessarily integrated at the moment into the City of Sunset Valley's parks and open space kind of system. So where currently the parcels that are in the parks and open space system are zoned as parkland, conservation areas, or green space, we identified several parcels that are not zoned as such right now, but are open spaces that represent an opportunity for recreation. So examples of some of those include the City Hall, it's kind of the land behind City Hall, the Uplands, Upper Reese Drive, also known as kind of the easement along Sunset Valley Elementary School, 10 Sunset Trail, 37 Lone Oak. These are getting a little bit small for me to see, just to kind of look on my computer. 6401 Brodie, 6107 Brodie, and 10 Sunset Trail are some examples of those. And so what we're doing here is kind of making recommendations for those spaces as well and the future of those. So as part of our existing conditions report, we did an assessment of the existing parks and open spaces within the system, and we really separated it into 2 different types of assessment. We had a park evaluation tool, which really assessed existing park areas based on a kind of a community recreation focus. So we looked at access to the park features, supportive facilities like benches and water fountains, looking at assessing safety and maintenance, aesthetics, kind of health, and if the amenities that are there are promoting community health, and then kind of culture and convenience. And so we applied that assessment and evaluation tool to park spaces like Valley Creek Park. And then we also had an evaluation tool for more conservation and green space focused areas, and that really looked at access, environmental quality, kind of unique natural features, if there were any serious safety concerns or maintenance concerns, and then also kind of community access and things like that. So that really took a more ecological perspective, not necessarily thinking of these places as places to gather or play soccer, more just how are they used as trail systems and supporting wildlife and habitat. All right, next slide, please. And then after we put forth our kind of existing conditions and assessment process that really looked at the on-the-ground conditions of Sunset Valley, we started our community engagement process. And that really took the form of 3 different ways of engaging with the public: survey, our speak outs, and our public workshop, which was held in June. So we had an online survey that we had about 144 respondents to, and that was online. It was also advertised throughout the park system on yard signs, and we advertised it kind of throughout so that folks who weren't able to come to the public workshop or come to one of our speak outs were able to take the survey. And then we had 2 speak out events, which is where we kind of go to places in Sunset Valley and really engage with people on the ground and get them to take the survey so that they can do it in person and talk to us. And then we also had a map where we asked people to tell us, for example, where do you enter the park system? Where do you hang out in the park system? Where do you like to walk your dog? Where do you walk? So we were kind of having conversations with people and really gaining an understanding of how people are using the park system currently. So we had 2 speak outs as part of that, one at Doc's Playground on a Saturday, and then another on a Saturday at the Public Works Open House. And then we had our public workshop in June, and that was right here in this room. This was an opportunity for people to come and hear a presentation of our existing conditions and then write down all of their ideas for the project. We had an activity called the Big Ideas to Basic Needs, where people kind of spoke about the basic things that they need in a park, like more benches, more wayfinding so I don't get lost, and then the big ideas where people can kind of dream really big about what they wanted to see in the park. We also had folks vote with kind of their dollar is the activity that we have, and so we gave people, I think, something like $10 worth of fake money, and then you can see these voting boxes that had different activities, and they could kind of spend that money accordingly to the limited amount of dollar bills that they were given. So we were kind of able to see how people are prioritizing things. And a little bit about what we heard from that survey. We got a great breakdown kind of across Sunset Valley. We asked people to tell us which street they lived on, and we kind of noted that a lot of the streets were represented. Carolyn, I think Carolyn looked a little bit more into this data. Was there anybody that was missing, any street that was missing as a part of this?
No, I think we pretty much got everyone on this one, because we did have at least one house from Stearns Lane and from Brodie and from, yeah, everything was pretty much represented.
Great.
Countrywide. Actually, it doesn't show up, but it was represented.
And then we took our map from those speak out events and from that public workshop, and we started to map activities of what people were doing at the park and where they like to hang out. And the most popular areas were Lower Cougar Creek Greenbelt, South Hills Conservation Area, and Sunset Valley Nature Area. And the most popular activities were walking dogs, observing animals in nature, those are the orange dots there, and then also gathering with friends and family. And just a really basic question that we got from the survey, do you currently use the Sunset Valley's parks and open spaces? And we had 137 out of the 144 people said yes, so that's a huge majority. The park system is well used and well loved, and that's great to see. And then we asked people what kind of is keeping you from visiting parks and trails in Sunset Valley. And what we heard was it was about lack of connections to other trails and neighborhoods, off-leash dogs, is a little too hot in the summer to safely use the trails, conflicts with bikers, and no place to sit along the paths. And then we asked we had a question where we kind of asked folks to say what level of support they would have for specific ideas of amenities and other recommendations to integrate within the park system. So we had a lot of options, and I kind of pulled out the top 3 most popular activities. So the first one is improving and upgrading nature-based recreation. So those are things like trails, nature play, environmental education. Updating system-wide amenities like lighting, trash receptacles, picnic shelters, and parking. That kind of throws back to what we heard about why people aren't using the system, and it's kind of missing places to sit, places to just sort of relax. And then adding more wayfinding and environmental educational signage along the trails was also a really popular option here. And then I also wanted to call out the 3 least popular activities just to kind of note what we put in front of people that they kind of did not want to see. It's kind of like good to see what people don't want to kind of get an understanding of values. So we heard people did not want additional paved walking and biking trails. They were not interested in new sports fields or sports complexes. I think from what we heard, a lot of people use kind of City of Austin and surrounding parks for sports fields and other uses. And then developing opportunities for adventure activities, so a little bit more kind of high-intensity development activities like bike parks, pump tracks, bike playgrounds, skate parks, not an interest in that at all. So that was kind of good to hear, you know, what people weren't interested in seeing as part of the system plan as well. And then another thing, you know, we can only present the ideas that we have, right? And so we wanted to also give opportunities for people to write in. So we looked at all the write-ins that we got of ideas for parks improvements and kind of pulled out the most popular here. And swimming pools and splash pads, ecological conservation, preservation and restoration, and then preserving the uplands areas really rose to the top in terms of what people were writing in for their priorities. And then what we heard kind of generally, we asked people what activities should be considered by the city for your use in green space and conservation areas. I have that, I can read it from up here, I know it's very small. So the biggest bar here that you see is protect it for future generations. Don't sell kind of green space conservation areas, protect it for the future. Do ecological restoration, watershed protection, rewilding with native species, and removal of invasive species. And then thirdly, kind of fire prevention and flood control and improving ecological function for natural disaster events. So those were the three kind of big priorities for the, remember, for the green space and conservation areas, so not necessarily parks. And then our most popular write-ins for these areas were adding additional paths and recreation amenities, protecting the unique ecology and maintaining those paths. And again, we heard a lot about reducing hazards like protection from wildfires, widening trails, and restraining loose dogs. And then we asked about top 3 priorities for Sunset Valley's parks. And that was, the ones that rose to the top there were natural beauty, rewilding, and native plantings, unpaved hiking trails, and more community gathering spaces, shade structures, benches, and picnic zones. And then most popular write-ins for the park areas were adding more play and recreation, adding amenities. We heard people say they wanted more shaded picnic areas, benches, trash cans, water fountains, meeting spaces, and again, protecting unique ecology and maintaining paths. And then we asked folks kind of generally, we asked them, we kind of called out some of those opportunity areas that were a little bit more open for different ideas. So we asked folks to say, you know, what would you like to see for the future of the uplands? And really left it up to people to write in what they wanted to say. So we heard kind of a split between protecting and maintaining ecology and develop or sell, and then also adding an amphitheater or multi-use pavilion. For 6107 Brodie, we heard protect and maintain ecology, have better access to trails and parks, and more trails. That makes a lot of sense there because that kind of would connect to the South Hill or the Sunset Valley nature area. And then you could go to the next one. Okay, 37 Lone Oak Trail write-ins. We heard a lot about protecting and maintaining ecology, incorporating it as a green space, and then providing better access to parks and trails from there. And for 6104 Brodie, we heard protect and maintain ecology, add food or restaurants, and develop. Yes, question? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Sorry, that was just a clerical error. Okay. All right. And then from that public workshop investment activity where we asked folks to kind of distribute the funds as they saw fit, most popular were ecological restoration, recreation amenities, and investment in playgrounds. Least popular were commercial or residential development on city-owned properties. small parking lots or parking areas, and environmental education opportunities. So we took everything that we heard from all of our community engagement and kind of developed 6 guiding principles to guide the development of our concept designs. So the first was to really highlight and celebrate the beauty of ecological resources of Sunset Valley, create community gathering spaces and provide amenities for all, connect Sunset Valley's parks and open spaces through safe and navigable trail systems, create opportunities for active recreation for all ages, expand opportunities for interaction with nature in Sunset Valley, and identify opportunities for integrating city-owned properties into the parks and recreation system. So overall, really the major opportunities we saw were trail connections, wayfinding signage, play opportunities, ecological restoration, trailheads, amenities like benches, picnic areas, and more gathering spaces. So our next step after kind of gathering all of our analysis from our existing conditions and what we learned from our community engagement is that we came up with 3 concept designs, and we worked with the Parks Ad Hoc Committee to kind of narrow it down to the 3 that we'll talk to you about today. The one that we will talk about with you today, that is kind of like a hybrid of, what we thought was the most feasible and the most reflects the community engagement that we saw. So in terms of how we went about kind of designing the park system, you'll see on the map that there are a couple of things called major nodes, minor nodes, and trailheads. So what we heard from our community engagement is, people really wanted to see our ecological resources preserved as much as possible. And so we really see that clustering amenities like gathering spaces, picnic tables, a pavilion, something like that, playgrounds, into targeted areas will kind of reduce the impact on the ecology system-wide if we can put kind of gathering spaces together in a couple of what we're calling major nodes. So these are larger gathering spaces that have basic amenities like benches, picnic tables, and that also have unique features like a pavilion. And then minor nodes have smaller gathering spaces that are kind of a little bit secondary to the major nodes, and they have basic amenities like benches, picnic tables, and trash cans, and have unique smaller features like nature play or community gardens that are a little bit less impact on the environment. And then finally, trailheads are really entries into the trail system from roads. It would typically have wayfinding signage, benches, potentially a shade structure, just kind of on the edge of the park, at the edge of the conservation area, to kind of be close to the road and reduce impact into the system. So this is the concept that we came up with, working with the community and the ad hoc committee, and this really has 3 major nodes. 1 at City Hall, 1 at the Uplands, 1 at Upper Cougar Creek, and then 2 minor nodes. That would be at Valley Creek Park and 6401 Brodie. And we're going to talk more about what all is going to go into each of those locations. And then as part of this concept, we're also recommending a couple zoning changes to the properties. We're recommending that 37 Lone Oak, which is currently zoned as residential, becomes a conservation area that would be integrated into the South Hills Conservation Area, because they're right adjacent to each other. That 6401 Brodie, that's currently zoned as residential, becomes GUI. And then 6107, which is Brodie, which is currently residential, would become parkland. Okay, and then Michelle's going to talk a little bit about some of our designs for each of the different locations across the system.
We're going to go through these fairly fast, so just bear with us because we've got to hit all of them, and we want to make sure we're giving you plenty of time to give us questions. So we're working from the system kind of north to the west coming down south. So the first one I'm going to talk about, one of the most northern sections of the park system, is Gaines Greenbelt. Of course, this is along kind of near the frontage road of I-71, and it connects down to Barton Creek Greenbelt. Really, the main things there that we're emphasizing and improving are trails. We have restoration areas, and then we also are suggesting some fire maintenance and management along kind of the southern section of that parcel. In terms of the trails, it is a very steep area, so there's definitely some erosion that we need to keep an eye on to keep that safe for everybody using that system. Okay, you can go to the next one. Okay, so the Uplands. As Carrie mentioned, this is one of our more major nodes. However, we're still thinking about how we can balance the need for this area to still have a nice ecological feature and function as a natural site, and then also be able to handle some of the more intense programming. So one of the suggestions we're making here is in the southwest corner, moving the sustainable food centers, farmers market, and providing some amenities that help that farmers market too, by providing gathering spaces and a pavilion. We're suggesting a little load in, load out area, but then really what we're hoping for the northern section of the site is it can be maintained in more of a natural state with the existing natural trails. We are suggesting an ADA trail because we don't have one there yet. And then really adding some buffer to South Lamar, because that street currently right now, it's very loud, and the impacts of it are high, so we want to make sure we reduce that as much as possible. I'll talk about this more in the next one, but you'll also see a connection here to the easement around Sunset Valley Elementary School in kind of that southeastern corner. You can go to the next one. So Upper Reese Drive, this is that easement, kind of gravel roadway area that currently is in existence that goes around Sunset Valley Elementary School. Here we're suggesting creating a trail that goes around it and that could connect into the Uplands area. And it goes all the way back out to close to where the high school is. And we are suggesting as well here as adding some trees in, because it's very hot and open at this point in time, but we're trying to be strategic about tree planting and plant them kind of away from the school in case the school makes changes in the future, which they likely will. All right, you can go to the next one. So I have another major hub to talk about, and of course that's City Hall. This is a great location and is a place that my family comes very often. So some of the things we're talking about there is creating a more robust trailhead. Some of the things as part of that trailhead, we are even thinking of having maybe bike racks or a bike fix station for people, because this is a very popular area to access some of the bikeable trails. We are suggesting some improvements and an upgrade to the nature play area and creating a little bit more of a shady spot there for that particular play. And then a few of the kind of programmed areas we're suggesting is potentially a pickleball court and maybe an upgrade to a soccer field within kind of the footprint of the stormwater feature that is there to the south of us. We do see opportunities here, since this is City Hall, to maybe bring sort of an art piece to the area. So when you're driving along Jones Road, you know where you are, and you kind of get a sense for the neighborhood. All right, you can go to the next one. So Upper Cougar Creek, now this one is really exciting because there's not much in this area yet. This is along Cougar Creek, just as reference. The northern part of it is along Brodie, then it goes down to Ernest Robles Way. And it's between, and you can see Doc's Playground, it is the orange dot at the top. So that gives you a sense of where we are. This we're suggesting as kind of adding to your trail system. Right now, the sidewalk along Ernest Robles, it kind of breaks. So the idea is to pull people kind of into this zone. And it does create this great commercial opportunity where people can actually bike to one of the places they like to either shop at or meet friends at a restaurant. Another really fun asset an exciting part to this is an addition of another playground that could potentially happen along Ernest Robles. So another kind of exciting opportunity for the community moving forward. Of course, we'll be sensitive in this area because it is a watershed. And so I think always being mindful of pet waste and all of those things will be something we think about often. Okay, you can go to the next one. Okay, so Lower Cougar Creek was one of the more popular areas where people currently use the trail system. So here we're really just adding improvements in terms of wayfinding so people know where they are. We're suggesting areas to take into consideration for restoration improvements along the woodlands and in the riparian zones, and then any kind of meadows in that area. So really this one is kind of maintain and keep functioning the way it's going as best we can. And then I'll hand it back to Carrie to talk through the last few.
Thanks, Michelle. So Jones and Westgate is really about kind of welcoming people into Sunset Valley. And I will say that a lot of most of the artistic opportunities that we've called out, we coordinated with the beautification zone plan. So you'll see those represented here. And I think we also included some of the renderings that were done as part of that project. Like if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see a little bit of an example. And we've put in some images of some of the benches that Canales and Company had in mind for this area. So Jones and Westgate is really an entry point into Sunset Valley. So we're kind of seeing it as a gateway with upgraded signage and artistic opportunity kind of to be determined in the future as a result of that plan. And then 10 Sunset Trail is a city-owned property that is really entirely within the floodplain. And so we're really seeing this as an opportunity to do a lot of floodplain restoration and really let that parcel serve as a kind of a flood-absorbing location that can kind of provide wildlife habitat and provide stormwater infiltration to kind of take the burden off of additional properties that kind of potentially alleviate some flooding there. And then Valley Creek Park is one of the opportunities that were identified as a minor node. And at this location, what we're really doing is kind of upgrading some of the existing play structures. And there are 3 locations throughout the plan where we're suggesting play. City Hall, which is really kind of focused on nature play. Upper Cougar Creek, which is kind of a destination feature to bring people to and from the shopping center, to have like kids play, maybe while mom goes shopping or something like that, and they're with dad. And then Valley Creek Park is kind of really community focused, and it's a little bit of a smaller footprint of the play, and it's more focused on younger kids, not as big of features, a little bit tucked into the woods, and a little bit more towards younger kids. We're also thinking about updating the gathering spaces, of course adding a bike rack, wayfinding signage, and then developing the trail to the Sunset Valley nature area that connects through that. And then also kind of providing more riparian woodland restoration along Williamson Creek there, and opportunities to kind of get down in the creek and see and explore that. And then we're also suggesting for existing parking, adding a rain garden or a bioswale along that to kind of decrease the impact that might have on Williamson Creek. 37 Lone Oak Trail. 37 Lone Oak Trail is right adjacent to the conservation area, or the South Hills Conservation Area. So this is one of the properties where we're recommending a change of zoning from residential to conservation area. And it's right adjacent to kind of residential community members. So we're proposing adding more vegetation, more trees to kind of buffer the trail from the neighbors that live there. And then also providing kind of a little bit deeper into the park, so not maybe right on the edge of the property, trailhead amenities, that kind of would reduce the disturbance on community members by being a little bit deeper into the parcel. And then in that upper eastern section, there's kind of a nice opportunity for prairie restoration there. And then Sunset Valley Nature Area, This is one of the most popular areas that is used by community members that we learned from the survey. And so we want to do a very light touch on this location, just adding things like environmental education signage, wayfinding signage, adding pollinator nesting boxes, improving habitat, and then just kind of a small trailheads at the entrances, just so that people can kind of have a place to rest along the way when they're coming from other locations in the system. And then Indian Grass Prairie Preserve, the Violet Crown Trail will be coming through here, and so this is an opportunity to provide wayfinding signage where that intersects with the City of Sunset Valley's trails. So kind of another kind of gateway opportunity at that intersection to say, hey, now you're in Sunset Valley, welcome, you're not in the City of Austin anymore, you're here now. And then also providing pollinator nesting boxes. This is also a great opportunity for environmental education, since it's a really unique ecosystem as this kind of tall grass prairie in Sunset Valley. Okay, 6107 Brodie. This is another one that we're recommending a zoning change. We'd like to make the recommendation from change it to residential to parkland. And in this location, what we're really recommending is upland woodland restoration, adding more trails and connections. And there's kind of an existing parking lot here that we'd like to utilize. So we're not going to be adding too much to the impervious surface here, but this is a great location for just a small amount of parking to connect to the park system. And then also doing a little bit of upland woodland restoration of the site, because it was previously residential. And then the Manly Tract, our recommendation is to add more shade trees along the trail, provide a little bit of a kind of shaded bench gathering space within the middle of the parcel along the trees, and then add a trailhead along Oakdale Drive to kind of orient people to an entry point within the park system there. And then 6401 Brodie Lane is really an opportunity to do a lot in this location. And so there's currently a structure on the site, and through our conversations with the ad hoc committee, we came up with the idea of kind of having that actually be a rentable space, or maybe this was already an idea, having that be a rentable space potentially to a 501c3, kind of a nonprofit organization to use as an office space, and that could actually potentially connect with some of the other uses that we're proposing for this location, which is to have kind of an urban farm and community garden on the site. There's a lot of open space here, and it would be a great opportunity to kind of expand the community garden by adding another location. We heard a lot in our survey that community gardens and food forests are something that people are interested in. And so our idea here is to have a food forest adjacent to an expanded community garden, and then also an urban farm that could be run by an organization like Urban Roots that could potentially grow food and sell it at the farmer's market at the Uplands, and kind of maybe even operate out of that home. So there's a lot of opportunity here to kind of figure out kind of a community-based organization or other nonprofit that could work there and provide an urban farm, and then also additional community garden plots. And so our recommendation is to change the zoning from residential to GUI so it can kind of accommodate that mix of uses. Okay. And then, so that kind of concludes our walkthrough of all the different systems. And our next steps in this is to kind of, once we have decided on the plan moving forward, to put together an opinion of probable construction costs for the preferred plan, and then come up with ideas for funding and revenue strategies, phasing, and then put that all into a final report. And so we'd love to take any kind of questions from the council at this time.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the ad hoc committee for all the work that you put into this as well. It's great to have a vision as a starting point for our discussions. You know, it's something that I think that we haven't had in terms of our holistic view of our open space plans, you know, at least in my history with the city. And I think a lot of useful ideas have come out of this. Council, I'd like to open it up for questions or discussion. I think it would be particularly useful if you can articulate what the things that you see out of this plan that you know, are ideas that resonate with what you've heard from your own, you know, constituents or neighbors, things that you would like to, you know, get a better detail of, you know, as far as next steps, especially with the final report from our consultants. But with that, Councilor Reitz, I think you'll be first.
Okay, I've got a number of quick questions, but then I've got some kind of more discussion things.
Sure.
When you say ADA accessible trail, what does that mean?
So that would likely be like a path that could be used by wheelchairs. So some of the restrictions that would go into that would be the degree of slope of the trail and then the material of the trail, which is most likely something like concrete.
So it's more of a paved
Yeah,
type
it
of
would
trail.
it would be paved.
Would we be required to put that in for any reason?
In some instances, there would be requirements for some ADA type activities, but granite gravel, like Staylock, qualifies. So
it
it won't
does.
necessarily be,
Okay,
it won't necessarily have to be concrete.
okay.
Not all of the trails need to be ADA accessible. We've got to give opportunities for accessibility, but not every single trail needs to be accessible.
Okay, so we need to look at that in the total picture sort of thing. When you were reviewing all the properties, one of the concerns is wildfires and things like that. Did you see anything that was of concern from y'all's perspective that we are not addressing?
Yeah.
I can answer that one. So this was a Parks and Open Space master plan. We didn't do a really detailed ecological analysis, and that would include things like understanding the biomass that is on the ground currently today. Now, Carolyn, I know that you guys have done things like that in the past, but for our scope, we weren't in charge of that piece of it. But to locate certain areas, I know that was based off of you guys knowing the area and knowing it probably needs some maintenance in the future for fire. So I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, so it's more of the types of stuff that you've been doing with the wildfire protection plan. So there
Yes.
wasn't anything glaring that you were like, oh my gosh, this is gonna go up. Okay.
The drought?
Yeah.
With this drought, it's like, ugh, okay. Do you have any suggestions on, some of the concerns were bicyclers versus walkers on our trails. The only suggestion I'm thinking, or the only answer I'm thinking is a wider trail, but I mean, what do you suggest? Is that your suggestion?
Yeah, I think it's tougher. Yeah, it's tougher in the more natural areas because you want to reduce the impact of the environment. I think in some of the like more flat areas, you could do something separate. Like typically what we do is kind of separate bikes and pedestrians to kind of reduce that conflict as much as possible. I don't know, Michelle, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I was just out there. I don't think widening in areas that are really sensitive is something we probably don't want to do.
I don't like that idea, but.
But what about, I mean, there could be ways to thin some of the vegetation directly adjacent to the trail. I know that's probably already done for risk already, so that potentially, just so you could, if you're kind of going around a curve, you could kind of see if you saw somebody coming the other direction.
And now this is kind of weird, but what about like a mirror or something? Because, you know, when I'm walking my dogs and I know if I can see it, I'm trying to look,
Yeah.
is there a bicycle coming, you know, because my dogs are all over the place, you know. They're on leashes, but, you know, so is that weird to have something like that?
I think you could put something like on a tree or something like that, like, you know,
Yeah,
at
something
couple
that you could
locations.
check and see if
Yeah.
what's coming around the curve
Yeah.
there. But
Yeah, that's a great
just a
idea.
thought, so, okay. I thought most of what y'all, I have to say overall, this is a really good result of everything. One of the few things my probably critiques is that on the survey, there's really not a clear understanding from my standpoint of how many people really want certain things, like, for example, the swimming pool. That's one of the things that I've heard many people talk about, but it wasn't real clear on your survey, so I don't have a clear idea now, even after all of this, how many people really want it and how many people don't. And I know that the committee did not recommend one, is that from what I understand? But that was a little bit of strange group dynamics though, because the recommendation came from someone saying, I don't want a pool because we're in a drought. And after someone says that, it's really hard to say, I still want a pool though. It's really hard for another person to say that versus saying something logical like, but a community pool might encourage people not to have a pool in their backyard. So that might encourage less pools. So you also have that counter argument. So I don't know, still, I don't really know how many people want it and how many people don't want it. It's a huge investment, and we really ought to know how many people really want it versus not wanting it. And so that was my concern there, is that we don't have that information.
On the ranking page? Well, yeah, it was one of the most popular write-ins, and we can follow up with you about what exactly that number was, so that you can kind of get an understanding. I don't have it kind of off this presentation right now, but we can take another look at it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that would be a big question mark for me. Pickleball. I love pickleball. I want a pickleball court, but pickleball is noisy. That thwack. It is, I was reading an article in the Wall Street saying there's like lawsuits going on because if a pickleball court is located next to residential, that, that's a problem. So did y'all consider that in your location of that? Because that's kind of close to the villas right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
If Councilmember Carmona is sitting on his back porch, is he going to hear that and is he going to complain?
There's definitely, if it is an issue, which we can look into, opportunities for like sound mitigation, whether it could be like building an earthen berm along there, or even putting in vegetation, or even like a sound panel, something like that. That I think it can be pretty well contained.
So you think you can look at that? Okay.
Yeah.
That really needs some research, because again, that would be an investment. And I don't want all of a sudden the villa's up in arms that, man, I can't get a good night's sleep. I go to bed early, and there's thwack, thwack, thwack happening.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. Canales & Co., who is y'all are familiar with them, they had a rendering of a little pocket park, and it was on, it's not our property, it's on AISD property. It's on Jones Road, it's behind the baseball field there, and they were going to they were suggesting putting a mural on the fence there, and then putting some benches right there. And I thought, and it's a really nice pocket park, kind of particularly for like Pillow Road, because Pillow Road is one of the few streets that doesn't have any access at all, and so that would be kind of a nice thing. And I don't know if that's not really part of your plan, but it's something to think about, to get into some sort of interlocal agreement with that.
Sure. And that's the parcel near Milk and Honey, right?
Is that?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think it's something different.
What would it's AISD property.
Okay.
It's on Burger Center. It's part of that. It's
If you know where the baseball diamond is, just,
it's
you
the
know,
big
right
fenced
over
area.
there. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's some trees there, and it would be kind of nice to have some benches there, and it would be a really great place for a mural or something like that. But we would have to work with AISD. So I'm just opening that up. That suggestion, that was brand new to me, and I thought that was a good suggestion.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Thank you.
capacity, survey, fire issues, noise. I think that is, did y'all discuss with the sustainable food garden? I'm a little concerned on the positioning of that pavilion back in the back that the Uplands does not have good visibility from, you can't see it from the highway, and you're only seeing it on the access road, and you're going around the corner and you go pretty fast, and if it's set too far back, and versus, what about the triangle right there? Have you thought about doing that on the triangle, where it currently is?
Where it currently is? Well, we put it kind of deeper into the uplands to kind of buffer some of the noise from the highway. And I think ultimately we landed at that location because I think we wanted to be able to have a pavilion to be a little bit less exposed to the road like you are in that triangle.
Yeah.
Which is why we brought it, and it also kind of is a pretty, seamless connection to that trail coming up from Upper Reese Drive. But yeah, we did debate kind of the location of that. And I think another reason why we put it in that kind of southwestern edge is because we wanted to kind of set aside that upper eastern area for either preservation or, if the city changes its mind, potentially kind of development in the future.
Okay. Yeah, and now this is kind of out of the box. Did y'all consider, and that would be working with our farmers market, moving it to 64, whatever it's, Brodie, with the community gardens right there? It would be so much better visibility for the
from
farmers
Brodie.
market. That's just a thought. It's just an out of the box kind of thought, but the market could use more visibility. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's an interesting idea. I think maybe parking might be a restriction there.
Would be an issue.
But-
Yeah, but it is a 5-acre plot though. So I think could be adequate parking there. And if you had the community gardens area, it would be kind of a nice thing. And if you had the house, you could rent it to SFC and they could use it for their WIC programs and
operations.
things like that, which
Yeah.
would be really nice. You could do some really great things out of that.
Yeah.
But those are just thoughts. So,
Yeah, thank you.
good, thank you.
Mayor Johnson?
Signage at the trail.
Oh,
Hello. This is great. I loved reading this, and it was like kind of daydreaming, like if you're gonna win the lottery. It's just like all the things you're gonna do, and going through this was really fun to see, like, what we could add to our collection of like open spaces. So I was gonna say about the people that don't use it. Were there reasons captured on that like next list of like why they don't, or was it just like I hate nature?
I think those are, I think mostly those were the reasons. Other people said they use other parks instead. They go out kind of to other state parks or other City of Austin parks.
Okay. This is kind of like jumping to the end, but are we going to know when this committee is done? I don't want another marketing committee. Like, will we know when it's just like?
Yeah, so I think I can answer that. So, the committee's goal was to present you guys with a plan to say, okay, here's what the committee has recommended, where we go from here. If you guys make a recommendation, say, hey, this is what we said, take one more shot and we're done, or we could be done at this point with this recommendation. That's going to be up to you guys to decide.
Okay. So, with that in mind, did you have more experience with this? Like, did we budget any of this stuff out, just like kind of to do everything? It would be $10 million or $15 million to do just the major nodes and down was 10 million, minor nodes and down is 5 million. Or like, do we have any idea about the costs?
Yeah, that's something that we're putting together right now, is really saying, it's going to be broad, right? Because if the suggestions that we're making at the Uplands, a pavilion could really range in cost, but we're kind of providing ballpark numbers, kind of piece by piece, just in the way we presented it for each parcel, and then we'll work with the Parks Committee and with the city and with you all to say, okay, what are the priorities here? Everything is going to be, say, $15 million. What are the priority areas? How do we phase that over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, to get kind of the quick wins early to make sure, we're giving the most impact and also seeing, the big picture long term.
Yeah, so personally, I would like to see that as part of like the definition of done for that group, just to, all of this is great, but just then being able to confront, like, it's not all free. And
Right.
I mean, even if everyone was on board, which everyone is not going to be on board, there's still like the money. It was interesting about the bike types. When I'm on my bike, I'm going incredibly slow just because it's like, I'm not very, yeah, and that's the thing. It's, I've been through there when there's like really, and have you ever seen anything where they just say like, I don't want to say like aggressive, but some people are trying to get like their best times on Strava. And it's
Yeah.
like, you could put speed limits. I've seen speed limits stuff for bikes, but
Yeah, or even just like kind of at the trailheads, at the entry points to the biking areas, say like, here's trail etiquette, pretty big, pretty loud to say like, this is how, we treat each other when we use trails. And I think something like that could help with behavioral change of people using the trails. It is hard though. It's hard to enforce. Like we've heard a lot in the survey about off-leash dogs, and unless you have someone out there like literally ticketing people, they're gonna, people are gonna do it.
yeah, and this is my impression. Some of those like real crazy mountain bikes, do they contribute to erosion? Because it seems like they do. Because like they're like tearing through there, and there's like a lot of ruts.
Yes.
They do. I mean, because they're kind of compacting the soil, and then vegetation can't grow there, and then vegetation is really what holds soil together, right? And so you can see erosion after that.
The pool one also, I was thinking like that was one of those boxes, and I think I jammed all my money into it, like $10 right in, and
Yeah.
I just took it not showing up on that list of like the amount of money put in the boxes is just like, must just be me and Catherine that like it and nobody else.
Yeah.
But so they had a table and you got $10, and I think there was one for a pool, wasn't there?
There was one for pool.
Yeah,
Right,
and
in splash
I mean,
pad.
I didn't put all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like, how is it not up there? Because like
Yeah.
I literally put I think $7 in there.
Yeah.
So whatever. And I get it, if it's not popular, then that's fine. But I mean, even the splash pad is not even. Yeah. So I don't know about Pillow not having access. I've talked to people on Pillow. It's just like, because it was real big for me on council to get Reese access to the parks. And so now we have that trail at the end through Valley Creek Park. But with Pillow, we actually do have some ways to get some access, because there's a utility easement down there. I don't know how popular it was. You're looking like, don't even go there, but. So, I don't know if you looked. In the past, I feel like those have been closed up. There used to be one at the end of Lone Oak on the right side that connected over to the meadows, but then that was closed up. Those things seem to be short-lived. Like the neighbors don't really like them so much, but.
To go to that, though, there was a new trail proposed that will make the journey from the Meadows to 37 Lone Oak shorter.
I saw that.
There,
It was on here.
Yeah, it needs to be hatched out, but so it will make that journey shorter. There was a proposed trail on there.
Yeah, I actually saw it on the Sunset Valley Nature area. In the packet that we got sent to us, it was there, and I was like, where is that trail? Because like I would love to use that trail, but then it didn't end up on any of the others. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was also going to ask about, like, does recreational amenities, is that like sort of an umbrella term for things like pool, or is it, that was a different category?
Pool was a different category, yeah.
So I think that maybe that's where your money went, is recreational amenity. It kind of got rolled up into that, it sounds like, which is not the detail.
$49 for pool and $1 for.
And for that activity, the pool and splash pad came in fourth, is kind of what Lisa just reminded me, and it tied with art on that. So it kind of just didn't make that top 3, sorry.
If I might comment on that a little bit, that in the survey, you had to do a drop-down kind of thing for it. It wasn't like, what do you want to see? And so it was kind of, and some people I talked to later, like, oh, I didn't even realize there was a drop-down.
There was
and
an
stuff. So
option.
it was,
Yeah.
I'm just not sure the data gathering was as accurate as it could have been.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a way that we could actually go back and look at some of this data or do a second survey, so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. And when I was looking this, I was looking mainly the survey. So when I saw the survey, they say that was 144 people. And that came in some areas where they were pushing a lot for bikes and for sports and for that, but always when I saw the histograms, they have in one part bikes and in other, you want more nature or trails. So obviously, the people, they choose more continuously, more in some of them as is, don't do nothing. And others, maintenance. But more, I saw more respect to the way that is. Only we try to do some more conservation. But the questions, they came, principle, perhaps they were doing this in other places, and they brought some of the parameters that they were using in other places for this survey. When the people, they were doing their comments, they were open. But if you will analyze most of that comments, they came again that they want to have this more natural. Okay. When I saw that also, for me, I think that will be interesting to see if they have plan A, and later plan B, and later plan C. Because I don't know if it was the same people when they were working with plan A than with plan B or with plan C. So always when somebody's coming, they put some flower here, another flower there, or they change. And sometimes you need to find the essence, the natural coming from the beginning with the survey. Why? I was looking that when they say the age, and they say that represent 396 people. They have kids less than 17 years, 91 of them. The 91 was more or less less than one third, 20-something%, than they are kids. And later, over 55 years, they are another similar. They are 161 people, more than the other. So when you have that kind of people that is older, and when they came to the questions and how many or how often you visit that place, they were walking, not too much, and they were using the trails. Not necessarily they were looking for sports. So, looking in that way, I saw the pool. The city at this moment has, I think, almost 55 pools and 2 in the oven. So it will be 57 pools. 57 pools in the city. So in the survey, they participate 144 people. So if they have pools, why they will support pools? So this is important. This is one. The other, I think that when you mentioned about the pickleball, I think that it's very difficult in some neighborhoods. I used to live in Austin at the beginning, and when I used to hear it, pa, 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 the noise, I hate it. because I try to be relaxed, reading or something. But the kids, they were playing outside. So here, as you say, I love to see the green belt. I love to see my trees and all as we have. I don't want to see people that they came with the bicycles, how they are moving and jumping, and 6 or 7 guys as a pack. And that passed me. And looking at that, we are using this for us. This all is from us. So when a lot of people came in the afternoons from other places and they are parking here, welcome. But if in reality you open more and more, in one moment they will saturate that and will be different, the type of life. So when they choose in this area and they choose the pump, when they build these hydraulics systems, we pay a lot of money. And we cannot have a football field. Because first, lights, noise, and that was not the function of this. Yeah, it's here. Okay, soccer field. It's not a team. I'm sorry?
It's not a team sports place.
It's for pickup.
It's a soccer field. Okay. So looking in that, not only the pickleball, also the soccer field. So, but this is not the main point. If the people, they want to go to the trails, if we will go to that side, they can go to the trails only from Sunset Trail. They can go to the main trails. They can go also from here. They can go from Ernest Robles, lower Cougar Creek, and later they can go in Brodie. They have another in 37, and they have another in the main track. But in none of that places, only a few, they have a parking. So in order to go inside, the people, they need to be walking. So this is why I am looking this, how in reality we can use that. And that came to my mind. It's very difficult to be outside at 11 o'clock here walking. 11, 12, 2 p.m., 4 o'clock is a hell. What happened with our trees? Why we are not looking in a plan at this moment to protect our vegetation, to protect our trees? If we need to start with irrigation, dripping irrigation in some special trees, this is that we need to put emphasis. Fire protection. So, okay, all of that conservation area, and they say that 35 people from the 44, they go to that places. I tried one day and I was lost. It's difficult. And I have 14 years in this city. And the conservation area, South Hills, and they are pretty, but they are for one purpose, conservation. No is for recreation. So we are losing the point. It's not bad this, but we need to think. What is important? Okay, we want to keep all of these trees. In 2004, I remember because as I asked the other lady that was in Public Works, Katie, they say that they hired somebody that came from the forest or fire trees. And that guy, he made a nice inventory of this place. But that was 2004. At that time, in each street, they count. And they were looking the health of the trees. For us, I think that in the way that the life is coming, we need to take care of our vegetation, and mainly trees. What happened with Ernest Robles? If little by little, they start dying. What happened with meadows? Then they have also so nice enter and trees. And it's not that call ex-employee and bring the tank with water and they put water. No, we need to start thinking how we will be doing that. Maybe we will restart the well for irrigation. Some of that kind of things, we need to keep that in mind. So it's good this, but in my opinion, we were looking more recreation and beautification and trails. This is how I can see that. In my mind, I can see this more simple, more simple. I don't try to be selfish, but this is my house and this is my neighborhood. And sometimes if it's a lot of people coming, little by little they will destroy my neighborhood. And I don't like that because I saw that in other places. So, in a few words, I think that this needs a little more analysis. And in concrete, we saw pictures. This, we can see pictures and pictures from different places. Williamson Creek, also this company was working with that. They were doing part of that Williamson Creek. How they were doing that much better. And they were using the same TVs. But for us, it's us. And maybe downstream, they have other values and other ideas. What do they want to have? But we need to decide ourselves how that will be. They mentioned a lot of Uplands. Well, perhaps it's a good idea. They mentioned Lower Cougar Creek. Not too much. But how we can work together. So I think that now we need to start watching. And it's difficult, with all respect, because nobody wants to have something that he doesn't want to have in the back. And in this case, looking for me, I think that I need to study more. I think that was an excellent exercise. I don't want to criticize if we spend $50,000 and if we justify $50,000, and it's hard my way to talk, but I will go more for more natural. So this is the way how I am looking. And members of the council, please, I hope that we were thinking in future and more protection, fire protection, protection of the forest, trees, and people, when we say beautification, we can see that box that is in Western Train, is in that painted box that we have. What is the street? Jones and Westgate. Cow, look the blue, look the tree, look the birds. That is beauty. So it's much better that than in my mind than a canister of basketball and people making noise close to me. So thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
One of the things I'd like to mention is about the survey itself. I never took it, so I never got to see what the questions were like. But when I read the answers, it is obvious that people did not know which property they were referring to. For example, 6401 Brodie Lane. Allow current prospective owner to develop as a restaurant and food truck area. The owner is the city of Sunset Valley. There is no prospective owner. So I think this person was thinking it was 6405, which is Betty Grubb's property. So there's one survey that drops off. Next one, lease building to nonprofit. I heard that tonight. To benefit our residents. We don't know the condition of the building. If the building is in bad shape, it may be a hazard. We may not be able to do that. So we have not had the luxury of walking the property and looking at the building. Some things on this property, 6401 Brodie, that I'd like to investigate further. Conservation green space with a possible passive detention pond to relieve flooding on Oakdale. I didn't know that Oakdale flooded. So if we need a property 2 lots over to defer flooding from Oakdale, I want to learn about that because our number one priority as council is safety for our residents. Next one, not a good location for a park. Leave it single family and maintain a house property until we see what develops around it. Now, actually, that one I really like because we don't know what the future presents. 6405 is now being developed, and after that is done, we have a better idea of how that works, and then is that something we want to duplicate on the next lot? Or is there a next and best use for the next lot, which is 6401? Next one says, we have been leasing this property for pasture. Who knew? Somebody's leasing this property for pasture? We would like to continue to do so if we come to an agreement with the city. And you're saying yes.
Correct, Ms.
There's 5
Grubbs.
council that didn't know this.
Correct, Miss Grubbs was allowing her neighbor, actually Mr. Horowitz, to be able, and also the Drakers, to be able to use portions of that property.
So what, are there animals that graze on this property, or?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we need to work out a lease agreement or some other type of agreement.
What animals?
There are horses.
Horses, okay. That fits with Sunset Valley, okay. And then on 6107 Brodie Lane, need more info on what it could be used for and neighborhood input. This is why, and my statement was, well, that's why we're doing a survey. We're asking for input. Looks like it's separated from green space. This is the one property that's right up against green space. So this person didn't know where it was. Not sure what space this is. I don't know with the questionnaire if a map was presented showing all, I figured it probably was, probably very similar to that, so you could have looked at where it was and didn't. Now my favorite for all of them, a local brewery. A local brewery. That was on 2 properties. I was like, okay, that's great. You get my point. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, I did want to ask
Go ahead.
some more.
And then Mayor Pro Tem.
Why wouldn't you give the same recommendations to Upper Cougar Creek as you did for the Uplands? If you put picnic tables and pavilion at the Uplands, why wouldn't you put a pavilion at Upper Cougar Creek? If you put handicap trails at Upper Cougar Creek with bikes?
Well, the pavilion at Uplands is specifically for the farmer's market.
Well, why wouldn't you entertain the same, I heard you, so I'm acknowledging. But why wouldn't you give an idea of a pavilion in Upper Cougar Creek when you've got playscapes here, you've got handicapped people there? Just imagine 106 degrees and somebody's out on a wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think that's a great suggestion. We can,
And I would also add prairie, because your little symbol for green space or prairie, I would add that to the uplands also.
right. And then I think the intention is to have ADA accessible trails both at the Upland and Upper Cougar Creek.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, well, it's simple. I found that they say City Hall, and it's a soccer field in detention pond. Is there? It's not a real soccer field. Yeah, but the detention pond is in the buffer, in the PUD. Is the PUD, and in that buffer is where we have, is why they installed that things. So it's a simple map, but this is that we are discussing. So in this case, for me, looking in that way, my point that I say is here, so I try to express, and I think that doesn't mean that a lot of people was working so hard. A lot of people, they made a lot of effort, and I came to the meetings, and we cooperate, and I wrote something. So that doesn't mean that the people wasn't working. So the problem is the criticism, because when that is coming, it's hard to accept, but we need to be receptive, and we need to work together. This is looking in that way. I think that is not the last time, and if we will come back, so we will try to find the best way to do that.
Yeah. Councilmember Johnson, and then just as a reminder, council, we are going to be starting our regular council meeting at 6 o'clock. So go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
I was just wondering, was the public going to be able to say anything for this at all?
So not for this workshop. There was an opening.
I didn't know if that was like just, sorry, I didn't know if that was just like general public comment.
It's public comments as part of the workshop, is at the start of the workshop. Yeah. The public is also welcome to make comments during the public session of the regular council meeting. Okay. They can speak on any topic, including what we just talked about in the workshop. And we are going to be bringing this back. This is not something that is, certainly my intention is not to have this be the last time we talk about this. What I would like to see, and I kind of echo Councilmember Johnson's, is the outcome of this is going to be a final report. Right. I would like the ad hoc committee to look at the numbers and work with the consultant to say, based on the estimates, here's some feedback. Maybe we alter the recommendations after hearing council speak, give it another opportunity to put that in the final report. What I'm hopeful is that at the final report, we then have a document that we can assess, whether we want to tackle individual projects, we want to take a holistic approach, we want to do minor improvements and start in phases just to talk about like nature and those amenities, and then maybe the part of the evolution is big decisions on where we have a pavilion, where we have major amenities, and whether they belong in certain areas. There's a lot we can do here without having to do those big decisions at this point, because a lot of this is about protection of our environment, about improvements to the trail system. One of the feedback points that I've heard, members of the public and council say is that maybe the reason they don't use the trail is because the weather could be an issue, but it's also because there's not enough amenities, for them to sit down and for them to, find, signage, and for bikers, to get diverted. Those kind of things I think are clearly priorities, based on the survey, and shade and planting more trees, especially in the areas. Things like that I think are areas where we can certainly focus on, and if we decide to in the short term, but having the final report saying, a menu of options, right? I think is kind of what I'm envisioning, especially by parcel, and having that as an ability for us to assess, to say, based on the recommendations, we have now a concept plan. We also have some rough numbers associated with it. We know there are certain improvements that we want to prioritize that are low impact, as far as budget and environmental impact. Those may be things that we come back and revisit sooner, and we take a longer time to really develop the bigger concept plans, and that may require more survey and more community input, because we don't necessarily, want to proceed without getting some more of those details. So this is not the last time we're going to visit this. I would like the ad hoc committee to work, this one more meeting and, come together with this based on some budget numbers, and then council, I do want to take this up again as part of our, planning as we go forward. So, go ahead, Councilor.
So part of that is how close to our 50,000? How much of the 50,000 have we spent? Do we have a rough guess of like how much back and forth we can get for that? I don't want to. Y'all are great. I'd give you tons of money, but like, I don't want to go through the process of giving you more money. So like, as much as we can get out of that, and then it's just like, hit it right at the end, so that like, yeah, ring it out. But I want to hit that 50 grand like on the nose.
So one of the items of discussion in the budget is there is some money incorporated into the general fund pro forma. I put $500,000 there a year so you guys could see the impact to the general fund if there was some long-term investments. My discussion with staff, my discussion with the mayor was the initial investment would be to further flush out the nodes, the 3 nodes at a very high level, which would involve more public and those financing opportunities and those priority areas that the council and the community want. So I think we're a long way, I hear everybody, but we're a long way from ribbon cutting. So I don't want everybody to get like super upset that there's no pool here, so darn it, there's no pool. We're a long way from that.
Oh, I get that. I want to not have what we had with Ampersand, where it was just like, are we done yet? And it's just like, we're done. Thank you very much. We'll go figure this out, hopefully.
So just to answer your question, we have, well, not counting whatever happens through this point, but we have a little less than $10,000 probably left to get through the act phase, to get through that portion of the project.
Council, any further final questions? We are running up right against our time, and I certainly appreciate, taking the time to meet with us and give us the presentation. It was very helpful to have, you go through this, and again, I'm grateful to the members of the ad hoc committee and the members of the public. I do, like I said, I think that the next step is to have another meeting and consolidate both the feedback you've heard from council, but also the budget and kind of those details as part of the contribution to the final report. So,
Okay, great. Thank you for all your comments. I appreciate them.
Thank you.
so council, I'm going to go ahead and close our work session, and then we're going to take a quick break for anybody who needs to get snacks or things like that, and we'll resume at right as close to 6 o'clock as we can. So I'm going to close the work session at 5:58 p.m. right, council, are we good to go? All right. The time is 6:05 p.m. I'm calling to order a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas on Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. And we will begin with citizen public communication. We do have one resident signed up to speak, and then of course we'll take any residents that wish to speak during the public comments, and we will also have time during the agenda items if anyone wants to speak specifically to those. Council, we also, I noted before the meeting, I think we had 3 open gov comments that I noticed, so if you get a chance to go and look at those. And we also have, Councilmember Carmona also wants to speak during the public comment section as well. So we'll start with public comments.
I'm Dan Horgan, and thank you for adjusting the podium for me. It makes me feel a whole lot more comfortable that I get to speak to the neighborhood, because I've been speaking to you for years. You know, first the attack started occurring from One Pillow Road, the little house of love, the little pink house with a blue roof on the corner next to my house. And that went on for years and years and years as she used the Sunset Valley municipality and this administration, let's say the last administration, Clay Collins. Okay, it was a very painful experience, okay? So this was a neighbor, unruling neighbor. You could see at the build of her house, the church, or whatever you want to call it. You know, violation after violation. She's got a burglar bar violation, but not in this town, but in every town in America. She's hosting people in her house because she has a 33% some metal ordained law that you have in land development code that she's ignored. Sheba with 8 arms, 10,000-gallon water tanks, parking on the street, threatening to kick my butt out on the road. Okay, her brother come to do that. It's all reported right here. Then it went to Sue Colby across the street. Boy, did she do a good job with the help of the city, weaponized the municipality of Sunset Valley. Oh my God, I was attacked by the city attorney. I was attacked by everything that had anything with literature. I was about to lose my life just thinking about it. I lost 35 pounds. I've gone through this excruciating pain of Sean Ryman in the morning with this lady right here. My God, it started 18 years ago. Okay, now it just jumped from Sue Colby's crazy attacks on me, from hangsman's nooses, and Teresa Anderson's urinating and defecating in her trash can. That is the beginning of just a stress level that you wouldn't understand it, okay? Because that's the beginning of post-traumatic stress disorder, that this is old blood here. Needs to be refreshed and regenerated, and a new body, a new city council needs to move in and take your positions, because this is an old conversation. Now, the latest person to threaten me has been sending me text messages of his swords and gun collections, okay? He's threatening me. It was addressed to Lynn Carter, okay? You, Mayor, I don't know about you, Mr. Mayor Berner, but the mayor's office has not allowed the administrator to do her job properly, and the police chief hasn't done his job according to, well, how I feel is appropriate to let these people harass me. I went to the courtroom before the judge I grieved, all 3 of them got to grieve. Oh boy, didn't they learn from the Horgans. These people have used their power. They put a peace bond on me. I didn't break into her house and shoot her dog just right after the Sutherland Springs massacre. Very disgusting, folks. You've done nothing. You got Jack Morris over here just acting crazy, assaulted everybody verbally in this town, and he's a threat. I'm not the threat. These police calls that I make, and 300 of them, they're CAD numbers, and you know what they say? You're coming to check Dan's welfare. Man, I'm not calling you to check my welfare, buddy. I need some help. You would think that you'd be willing to do that. You swore an oath to do that. Look what just happened to your president. He is your president. There's no fictitious warrants, or we'll make one up or dream it up or come serve you one. And then you do and you don't. What do you got? You ain't got nothing on that man but harassment. Same thing in the body. You either give or you don't. You either give or you take. I'm a giver. I'm a Christian. I'm a single white adult male. Lives in a fine house right over here on 3 Pillow Road because I built it with my bare hands. Don't take that from me. I'll give it to the state of Texas, as I told you the last time I was here. But had it with you. Thank you. Alfonso, I expect you to become mayor because I will do your electioneering and I want you in office here.
Thank you. And members of the public that wish to speak can step up to the microphone, and Mayor Pro Tem Carmona will have you go after the next speaker, okay? Let's go after the next speaker. After the next speaker.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Lisa Versace, 40 Pillow Road. I'm a little shook up. I just wanted to say that I appreciated hearing all the different comments about our subcommittee's work for the Parks and Open Space Planning. I wanted to, first off, defend the work of the survey and address the residents who really want a pool. And I wanted to let you know that the pool was not a drop-down menu item. It was a distinct item in the survey. It came in 4th place. It tied art in public places. And it included a splash pad, fountains, and a pool. So even if somebody just wanted a splash pad, they were voting for the pool. So it was kind of all clustered together to get as many votes as possible on that item. There was a bias for water features for that particular item. So even if there was someone who just wanted a splash pad, they would be also voting for a pool. So it would have risen really high if you just kind of collected all those votes together, and it was actually a popular item. Now that said, I don't really mind if there's a pool or we don't build a pool, or if more people want to come out and say they're really in favor of this. I talked to Sylvia earlier today, and we talked about the green tax, which is also known as venue tax for the state of Texas. And what the city could do is decide to do a venue tax that was specific for a pool or a recreational facility. And that would have to be, specific ballot language. And we could decide, we just decided we don't really want to do watershed protection. We'd rather do a pool for this tax and perhaps help fund that project. I'm speaking as a neutral party. Here, I want to make sure that all the residents feel that they've been heard, and that those residents who've been quite outspoken about wanting a pool know that we tried to make sure that your voice was heard, and gave every opportunity in the survey in a blank to fill in and write in pool. Even if that blank had nothing to do with pool, you could write it in. On almost all the questions, we had the opportunity for people to weigh in on their opinions. It wasn't just strict drop-down menus. It wasn't just a very formulaic approach. It was very open. And we did a very good job getting a lot of residents. The residents, as you saw, were a beautiful cross-section of all of Sunset Valley. It was one of the highest filled out surveys that we've ever had in Sunset Valley, and I'm very proud of that. I don't believe we need to go back to square one or retake the survey because we didn't have enough questions about water features. Also, I just wanted to say that some of the bias, like for instance, I had a question from a resident, why did we put, the trails in Upper Cougar Creek? Was that something that people were asking for in the survey? And one of the things that we kept in mind as a committee was the work of other committees. So we know that CED would really love to see something that would benefit the shopping area. And we know that Planning and Environmental has been planning a trail in Upper Cougar Creek for a long time. So we know that in general, if we can get consensus on some of these ideas, especially across several committees, it actually ends up being a good recommendation from our subcommittee on Parks and Open Space, because we know other committees care about this too. And it also reflects
one more minute, Lisa.
Connectivity. it also reflects many of the requests that to enjoy nature, connectivity within the trails, and all kinds of other things that ranked very high in our survey. So everything was very well thought out. I want to defend our work. I don't think we need to do another survey unless it's only specific to a pool, and that's literally the only question, since we did group in water feature, fountains, and pool into that ranked category. Like I said, it did rank equal with art and public places, and we tried to put a little bit of that. We put a little water feature in the children's adventure area playground behind City Hall so that kids could make mud pies and there'd be a little water feature there. But you can't please everyone, right? It's very difficult, and especially because there's a lot of residents who don't have a pool. We're trying to come up with plans. We're willing to stay together as a committee and do any more work or exploratory work that you might like. And then I'm gonna wrap it up really quick here, that we're a great group of 10 people, and Carolyn has done a fantastic job, and we're very appreciative to all the extra work she's gone above and beyond. And we've loved working with her, and we love our committee, and we're awesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Carmona asked to speak as a member of the public, so you can do it from your microphone there, so you don't have to get up.
Okay. 3 years ago, I obtained my citizenship. And okay.
Told by staff just to make it, make sure there's a clear distinction. And I know that you've got some back pain, so please go ahead and do your best to stand up.
And just as a reminder, the public has 4 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, Alfonso Carmona, 1038 Sunflower. 3 years ago, I obtained my citizenship. And after that, was one of my goals to participate with the community, but in the level of city council. In my mind, I had other ideas, or other perception, what was in reality. But I made that commitment to serve the public for 2 years. At this moment, I think that it's important that the public, they will participate. And in my mind, I think that I closed one part of my development and my professional goals. And this is incredible. So I will try to say that I don't plan to apply for that position for city council member. So that is not, at this moment, will be a good opportunity for other citizens that they need to be there. They need to understand that you learn a lot of things. I think that sometimes the most important is that the people, they bring to the table other skills than the school didn't give it to me, that, or sometimes with the books. So I hope that you will understand that. And as always, that song that was Frank Sinatra, In My Way. So, so always I was in my way. So thank you, and this is what I try to say. That's all.
Thank you, and we will find an appropriate time to recognize your service, and I appreciate you taking the time, but I appreciate that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And next, a member of the public or resident that wishes to speak.
Burton Pearson, 39 Pillow Road. I wanted to say that I found out, I guess, or know, that the council made the decision not to appoint someone immediately for Justin's position, and that they decided it would be better to wait to have an election. And I want to say now that I think that the representation for the citizens now is not, it's at quorum level, but it's not at full level. And so I would ask that when we have discussions, or particularly if you're going to vote on anything that's very serious, I think that should be put off until the election, until we are able to get full representation for the citizens of Sunset Valley. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. Couple of things. The first one relates to the taping of the work sessions. I keep getting calls during these meetings, and people are telling me that, well, I'll get to go in when I can see what's happening. And I thought that was a really important discussion. I'm really sorry that it wasn't taped, and I thought we had gone back to taping those meetings. And so I feel like that's a loss to the public that we can't just click on that. They're all taped? Well, that's weird, because again, someone just told me that they weren't finding it, so I will do that. So anyway, so I hope we do a better job, I guess, showing that, because that's a very active person who's texting me. And the other thing that I'm kind of concerned about is just the information that goes from committees to mayors to the public. So even though I spent a gajillion years on finance, it doesn't come to me like that. It takes me a long time to go through the numbers. I happen to be married to somebody who it does do like that, so I get lazy since I can say, hey, I'm going to a meeting, would you glance at this and tell me if there's any difference? And especially when I look at, and I see the mayor saying he accepted the recommendations of finance, so then I particularly don't look really early. And then the person who's the most savvy about it has to take over 2 hours to figure out what is perceived of as like a $3 million difference. It ends up being like only like 600 and something difference. But we shouldn't have that level of difference between people's expectations and their understanding in the numbers. That doesn't feel transparent. So, so I would just say, it's not me who's not the fastest with the numbers. It's somebody who is one of the faster people with numbers, and they're still struggling. So I think we need to work on our communication, where what a committee sees, what a council or a mayor sees, and what the public sees has more congruency, and it's not so difficult to find. Thank you. And he's going to come down here so you can ask him questions, because that'll be later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Helen Bessie, 795 Oakdale Drive. I just wanted to thank our consultant. I thought our consultants did a really, really good job with what they were, the tasks that they were given to do. They were very good with the ad hoc committee. Everything was explained very carefully. I've worked on a lot of questionnaires. I've developed questionnaires, and everybody is always an expert on questionnaires, and they always have complaints about questionnaires and say it wasn't done right, it wasn't evaluated properly. This happens constantly, and I think this questionnaire, it had issues. All questionnaires have issues, but I think it was a good one. I think it was, more people responded to this one than other ones that have been done in the city. I think it was evaluated properly. I think the ad hoc committee looked at it very carefully, and I think the answers were the answers. And to start thinking that maybe we should have another questionnaire, I don't think so. That's a real insult to all of us. So again, I just wanted to thank you for a good job, well done, and hope that I can keep working with you. And Alfonso, I'm really disappointed you're not going to run. So we got to talk, okay? Yeah, you've been good. You've been a breath of a breath of fresh air. I'll just say it that way. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you. If there's any other members of the public that wish to speak at this time. Okay. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, the Public Works staff reports. And so Carolyn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I didn't get a staff report at the last meeting, so I wanted to do one here. So Public Works has been super busy over the last month. We completed our TCEQ comprehensive compliance investigation. This is something that happens about every 3 years. And so no violations or anything were noted. There were a couple things that the compliance inspector told us, and that was one is that the city had not been doing daily pumpage readings over the weekend. We had just averaged over the weekend for years, ever since we've had to do the pumpage tanks. And TCEQ said, no, we need to start doing daily readings on the weekends from now on. The other thing was a small change we need to make to some ordinances over the next few months. And but that's something we really need to work on, is looking at all of those water and wastewater ordinances as well. So those were the main things that they had asked us to do. And of course, we've done a lot of brush chipping in the last month. There was some firewise stuff we've been working on. The pile behind City Hall has been ground, as well as we've been working this week on cleaning up in the South Hills Conservation Area, removing a lot of dead woods out there. There's been a number of residents who've been working on some volunteer efforts over there, and so they moved a lot of brush from the trail, and we have American Youth Works in this week helping to move that out of that area. The other thing we've had is the not so fun part of the last few weeks is some wastewater issues. We had one on Pillow Road that ended up being Pillow Road's an interesting road because there's a portion of the main line on Pillow Road that belongs to the city of Austin. And so they ended up repairing that issue over there on that. There was a lateral line issue on that property. But then right away, as soon as that was done, basically like the next week, we had a contractor for AISD drill through basically the side of a wastewater line, and we had some wastewater leak out. And so, and it wasn't reported to us, so we just found it by happenstance, basically, that we were going out to investigate something on and look at 4715. And so we just happened to find it, and we were able to get it repaired with the assistance of wastewater transport and Peabody General Contractors. Those guys came out, and they were absolutely awesome and super quick, and we were able to get it, basically everything up and operational by 8 o'clock that evening. So in about 5 hours, they cleaned it up and did all of that. And we were able to also keep the system running with wastewater transport so that we were able to do the repair and not have to shut anything down or do anything like that. So we were able to make that repair pretty quickly. So hats off to all the guys who worked on that and helped with all of that work. And this is something that the line was very clearly marked. And if you know anything about line locates, there's a kind of a common misconception on that if the line marks here, you just have to avoid the line. No, you have to avoid the line in 18 inches either side plus the diameter of the thing. So it's almost 2 feet in this case that you need it to be, or 4 feet in a diameter that they should have been outside of, and they were not. So this is something that the contractor will end up having to pay for the repair. So those were the main things I wanted to kind of highlight, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Just one quick question. This is more of because it's in the public space on Jones Road, but I've seen ASD seems to be doing like a backtrack of those gates that they installed.
Yes,
and I guess they're uninstalling them and they're sort of like putting them, or are they doing something and covering up those areas?
They are uninstalling them to reinstall them is what my impression is. And so that was what they were digging for. Okay. Was the posts and the anchors for those gates. So yeah. that's what caused the damage, yes.
Let's see, Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember Rosengarten, unless I'd missed the order.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So where was that damage at?
The entry to Burger Center off of Highway 290.
And do we know who did it? We know who did the damage?
Oh, yeah, we know. Yeah.
Is there, I don't know, is it like a crime to do that and then just like walk away?
There are fines that are defined in the Texas Administrative Code, so I'm gonna talk to Barbara about that in a little bit. But yeah, there are fines that come with that. I didn't find anything necessarily in our current code, and that's something we probably need to address. But I believe there are some fines associated with that. So
accidents happen, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Also, I had texted with you about, we currently don't have a 311 solution, so what is it just like a form on the website we should do in the interim?
Yeah, there's a form on the website, and I believe once we get Pub Works operational, we'll have an actual service request kind of form.
Do you have a gut feeling on how long that would be?
Probably about a month, maybe. It won't be very long.
Okay.
That we'll have it pretty operational.
All right, because somebody got on the new mural just like a little bit, and so we gotta get on there and I have the steps from Up Art Studio for like how to clean it.
How to clean it.
But yeah, I just noticed that and I was like, where do I go?
Yeah.
So cool. I know you guys do a lot of stuff. This completed maintenance items, is this, I know a lot of these things you are doing all the time, but like, do you ever take things off this list?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes we moved to the, like, I think some things were up at the top, like in the happening, what we're working on, and that then moved to the bottom, that it's completed, and next month it should move off.
Okay.
So.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
The Farmers Park, is that the community garden?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Farmers Park, it says fence replacement at the Farmers Park.
No, that's the Triangle property along Highway 290. So that fence is really dilapidated and fell down, and by some miracle, whoever installed that fence, I don't know how many years ago, like installed it right on top of a gas line. And so we're going to have to rebuild the fence and move it. Obviously, we're not installing it on top of the gas line. So.
Okay. And then how long ago was those gates at Tony Berger done it? Because I remember watching when he was digging those holes. That has to be months ago.
No, this damage occurred last week. So it was drilling that happened last week. So they installed those gates a while back, and now they're taking them down and reinstalling them. And they're having to build much deeper anchors and things for it to sit on. So it's like a reinstallation. The gates are just laying on the ground at Berger Center right now.
So I didn't see that. But so you're saying after they installed them months ago, something was wrong and they're having to pull them up and go deeper?
Yes, and reinstall them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Public Works? A couple of administrative comments during this section of the agenda. So I really wanted to thank the police force for their presence at Sunset Valley Elementary the last couple of days. It's been really reassuring, as parents, I think, to have that extra level of security, just speaking as a parent. And I think the officers are doing a great job just interacting with the kids and, demonstrating community engagement. The other is I wanted to just to reiterate that they're echoing the public comments by Councilmember Carmona, is that applications are still open for the council seats in the special election. I think there's information posted on the website, but just members of the public, that those are open until the 22nd for the council seats as the mayor seats, the two council seats in the mayor position, as well as the special election is through the 25th. Is it the 25th? So just as a reminder to the public, if you're interested, to be aware of those dates and get your applications in by going to Public Works. So those are two things I just want to note during this section. And with that, if we have nothing else for the staff portion, we'll move on to council consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. As a note, council, we do have a time certain item at 7 o'clock for agenda item number 9, so we'll be making sure that we hit that at 7. The other note is that agenda item number 6, if this does not get approved on consent, the applicant has asked that we give them time at the end of our meeting to virtually remote in to be able to answer questions. So if we are pulling that off of consent, then we want to make sure it'll be at the end of our agenda to discuss. So with that, Councilmember Rosengarten.
I move to approve on consent agenda items number 5, work session and council meeting of August 2nd, council meeting of August 9th with adjustments. Number 6, Google Fiber. Number 7, budget amendment. Number 14. Number 8, 2 easements.
All right, so we have a motion to approve on consent item number 5, 6, 7, and 8. Does anybody want to pull one of those items from the motion to approve on consent? Councilmember Johnson?
I have 2 questions for number 6, and I don't even think it involves them. So, there's just like 2 things in the contract that is probably boilerplate. We got to pull it, but it's like, I don't think we need to bother them
Can we talk about 6 and then table it until the end of the discussion if we need to? Okay. So we can take that approach. If we get the questions answered and we want to approve it.
I can't imagine it involves them. It's more for like city.
Okay. So we're going to pull number 6. Anybody want to pull either 5, 7, or 8 from the agenda or from the motion? Okay. Is there a second to approve on consent items number 5, 7, and 8?
I will second.
Councilmember Reitz, seconds. All those in favor of approving on consent item number 5, number 7, number 8, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, we approved on consent. Consider an act on approval of the minutes from the August 2nd, 2022 regular meeting and work session and the August 9th, 2022 called meeting. Item number 7, consider an act on approval of an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2022 budget amendment number 14, and approving the purchase of speed limit signs, flood warning signs, and the striping of Jones Road and Sunflower Trail. And item number 8, consider an act on approval of 2 easements for the Lone Oak Trail waterline in Curly Mesquite Cove and Sunset Trail waterline. That'll take us to agenda number 6, and if we can get through this with approval without bringing the consultants, we will do so. Otherwise, we'll push this off to the end of the meeting when the consultants, or when Google Fi will be available. Right. So, Councilmember Johnson.
Sure. I usually read these contracts, and I do not have a mind for this kind of stuff, and so it's just kind of a blur. But there were 2 things in here that were kind of interesting. So I have Google Fiber, and my bill is $70. Like, it's just, that's the level I have. It doesn't have a bunch of like franchise fees. It's probably in there, you know, but they round up probably. But so section 5.2 and section 5.1, they kind of like, it seems like 5.2 says that they can charge people for any fees incurred by for their using of the right-of-way, right? Fine. But it seems like the only people that would levy any fees would be us, like, the city. And so, and there seems, I'm just wondering, like, what are the situations under which the city would collect fees for doing something in the right-of-way that would cause the people, and I think this is mainly for the people in the villas, right? That's like, it doesn't specify, excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the meadows, my apologies. So I want to avoid a situation where they're paying more for like the same internet service for a fee that we are levying on Google. So I know that if we don't have any interest in levying any usage fees for the right-of-way, then it becomes moot, kind of, but.
Well, we currently have license fees for City of Austin. As a matter of fact, our franchise fee with Austin Energy is up for renegotiation, and so we're going to be looking at that. City of Austin pays about $90,000 for the energy-related right-of-way use. So it's a pretty standard practice for everybody to pay a certain amount. Now, the license fee that Google is offering is that quote-unquote franchise fee, right-of-way fee, whatever you want to call it. And they do say it's a pass-through to the customers. The council could make a decision, whoever has Google Fiber, that it be reimbursed. I mean, it could technically just be a pass-through, but to not charge it, there may be a different council at some point who really needs the revenue and decides, yeah, you need to go ahead and charge it. So it's a pretty standard practice.
So was there no, because it's all aerials down Jones, is that why there's no fee for right of way? I guess it's not like enumerated on my bill, but I'm sure there is something in there, and maybe I'm just not. If nobody else cares about this, then I can skip it.
I'm not sure how Google will itemize it on your bill. I don't have Google
I mean,
Fiber,
it is.
so.
It says internet $70. It's really like a refreshing bill to look at, and I know we don't have like property tax here, so it's not like this like just weird cycle of like our residents paying just to get like billed, or you know. If that was it, then I'd say like we should just kind of like scratch the whole thing. But like when when we levy a franchise fee against like City of Austin or something, like what's it paying for? Just use?
It is, those rights-of-way belong to the residents, right? Just like the utility lines belong to the residents, and they're essentially paying for a right to use the residents' property, and they're paying that into the general coffers of the city.
I'm sure what Austin uses it, there could be like, maybe they go through Sunset Valley to get to the other side, to get into Austin, and I don't want to kind of bring that into this argument, but it's just like a right-of-way just for, like us charging Google for right-of-way usage to give internet service to our residents and then them potentially having to pay for it just seems a little silly.
So,
does anyone else feel me on that?
Barbara
so
answer that.
franchise fees, the way franchise fees are generally charged is that the city receives whatever percentage you agree upon for use of the public right-of-way by that utility entity, whatever. You noted in 5.2 there was a pass-through clause. The pass-through clause, and that's an argument that most of the city attorneys that I know have with every utility that has a franchise fee, and that is that they ask for an ability to be able to have another, potentially, not that they have, but potentially that they have another utility or another Google 2.5 that's owned by somebody else, be able to use their kind of cabling, but they don't necessarily serve the community, but they're going on through the community, but they're going through the public rights-of-way. We generally argue that that is part of a franchise fee, should be paid, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of argument back and forth. There generally is, and ultimately, there's a big, heavy clout on franchise fees, both the state and federal level, that says you're not really going to get passed through. You're going to get whatever the entity actually is that's actually providing a service there in your city. And Google is providing a service, and so they're going to pay on that service that they are providing. What we generally try and argue back then is, okay, well, if there's another entity that might possibly be coming through our city and using our public rights of way, maybe you should let us know, and then we can talk with them about a franchise fee as well. Because what the franchise fee is supposed to be doing is recompensing the city for use of the public roadway or the public thoroughfares or the public, whatever poles or whatever might be up there. That's what it's trying to do, is just offer a bit back because you're using a public facility for a private purpose, and you're not supposed to do that without paying. That's what a franchise fee is supposed to try and do.
So I feel like that all totally makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't for Sunset Valley for this specific purpose, because it's like, unless there was like some knock-on effect that it constantly costs the city money that we weren't going to charge them extra for like maintenance or anything. But here's a situation where it's
every
like,
time you cut a roadway, every time you cut the roadway to put in new cable or new wire, and I mean, this is across the board. This isn't just cable. It's every utility. Every time you cut a roadway, you lose its strength. You have to ultimately repair. And so that's what the franchise fee is ultimately supposed to help cover, is that cost of continuous upkeep, repair, making sure that the roads are fine as you go along. That's what it was intended to do, is help offset that cost for use of the public rights of way for a utility, because it's a private use in a public facility.
mm-hmm. Does anyone else care about this, or I could just drop it right now?
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Reeds.
Well, I was looking in number 5 about the license fee. and in 5.1, then they pay to the municipality 1%. So I was thinking that was similar than with the other franchise that we have, then one of them used to be 98,000, another 32,000. So we used to have revenues for franchise of 130. So in this case, that 1%, if that will be that, I don't know how much that will be, but that will help us as a revenue. So, and I think that, I remember also with water, we used to produce water in one place. I am talking San Marcos. So we have the surface water plant, and we try to sell water to Kyle. So we used to send the water from San Marcos to Kyle, but was using the pipes. So you have to pay for the use of the pipes. And that's amazing, but all of that later will go to recuperate a cost for that investment. So it was interesting.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes, so does Google pay us franchise fees now?
No.
No. Okay, it would just be for the meadows because they have to cut into our streets?
Well, it's now everywhere through this agreement, through the right-of-way agreement. We didn't have anything in place with Google before.
Okay, okay. And so I appreciate that you want to get the lowest rate possible, and I appreciate that. The other side of it is that we do have to maintain our streets, and every resident has the option to not use Google or not, and so it's kind of their choice. And personally, I cannot wait to get, and so, yes, I would be supportive of passing this.
Yeah, that's the main reason I didn't want to hold it up, because like
Yeah.
you guys are like.
Yeah, so the reminder too is we approved the variance to micro trench too. So there's some impact to the street that would go to help maintain, but the plan review is running concurrent with the license, so we're hoping to close this book very, very soon.
So given that, I'd like to move that we accept this contract with Google.
License agreement.
Yeah, the license agreement with Google. I don't have my.
Motion, is there a second for the motion?
I'll second whatever it ends up being.
Thank you.
Okay, so second for the motion. Further discussion on this item?
Right away.
How fast can we get it?
Yeah. How quickly are they?
Are there any members of the public wish to speak to the number 6, which is consider an act on approval of the right-of-way license agreement? No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. My mic on. So we are going to take a break and be on recess until 7:00 p.m. when we are going to take up agenda item number 9, which is the consider act on approval of preliminary plot for the 6405 Brodie Lane. All right. So we'll resume at 7:00. All right, so council and members of the public, we're going to resume our agenda at 7 o'clock with our time certain item, agenda number 9. Consider an act on approval of a preliminary plat of 4.965 acres out of T-Bissell Survey 1B Abstract 3, also known as 6405 Brodie Lane under section 150.281 of the Land Development Code. And with this item, we'll begin with a presentation from staff.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. As we discussed at our workshop at the last meeting, before any construction can commence on any property, the property must be legally platted. That is the state government code, that is in Sunset Valley Code. So the property located at 6405 Brodie, while it appeared to be a platted piece of property, is not a platted piece of property. It is still meets and bounds description of 4.966 acres. So the platting process, for the most part, as I discussed the last time, is two things. One, ministerial in nature. So long as all of the check marks are met, the city must approve. We have certain timelines in the code. The second is, it is the city's opportunity to request those exactions that we need on the property. Road alignment, water line alignment, wastewater line, if we need property for a lift station, those kinds of things. All of that happens at the platting stage, and it is meant to create orderly development. That is why the plat is so important. The portion for 6405 Brodie is the City of Sunset Valley has a two-part process. Really, this could have gone as a preliminary and a final concurrently, given what is required, but there is some construction that's required, and so we felt it best that it go preliminary first, let it go through that process, and then come back with the final plat. So the preliminary plat has been submitted. It has gone back and forth with the city engineer, who is available for any questions, and staff is recommending approval of the plat. It has been publicly noticed, as is required in the code. The legal description of the plat is in your packet. Let me see if I can zoom out so that you can get an appropriate. Here we go. This is essentially the outline of the property. The meets and bounds description is located in the field notes. The construction that is going to be required, among other things, the most important piece is the water line. There is an attempt to tie into an existing 8-inch water line that's located at Oakdale. It is going to come across the front of the Hurwitz track and cut across the Brodie Lane tract that belongs to the city of Sunset Valley. And we did take council's questions at the workshop as to why it cuts across Brodie, and that really is two things. One, the city of Austin wants us out of the Brodie Lane street as soon as possible. Obviously, as soon as you touch a street, it is quote-unquote compromised. So they want us out of that Brodie Lane as soon as possible. And as opposed to it running, the line running really parallel to Brodie right inside the property line, there are several trees there that were attempted to be saved and protected. That's why the line runs this particular way. And then the connection would then go into the Betty Grubbs estate property. So I am going to open it up to any questions. We do have Blaine Stansberry, and Blaine will actually be leaving the project and passing the baton on to another engineer, so you'll meet her as well. And we also have Gary Freeland, the city's engineer, for any questions.
All right, council, are there questions at this time for either staff or the applicants or the city engineer? Councilmember Rosengarten?
I still would love to see the water line run straight down Brodie Lane versus going across the Angle property, 6401. Most developments, whenever they develop a property, I worked for builders for 18 years, they always went ahead and put in the water lines at the front of the property, running along with the street, and then they would do a tap later when a property was developed. So the same thing here. I'd hate for having that water line going across the front of the property.
Councilmember Johnson?
Were there trees along Brodie that they were also trying, was that like a extra benefit, or no? It was just get off of Brodie as soon as possible?
The trees are along kind of the Brodie frontage. If you want to pull up a overhead kind of view, yeah. Yeah, we're going to pull up Google Maps. You can see kind of like the corners right there. You can see the trees right there at that corner. So we're trying to avoid that tree. So even if we went straight down, I mean, we're probably still within the root zone of that tree, unless we stay in the road, which it's not ideal because the city's going to be taking over ownership of that line. That means any work that has to be done on the line, we're going to have to rip into Brodie again to repair it or anything like that in the future. So,
And for City of Austin to be like, to say, get off Brodie as soon as possible, I mean, like, how?
yeah, it is their right of way. So they would like us to be, you know, to come in to Brodie as little as we possibly need to get the job done. They know that we need to be able to come into Brodie at some point, but they also understand that, you know, if we can come in and kind of get through there and get through the trees and everything without having to go into the street itself, because that's a much more, you know, entailed endeavor to do that kind of work.
And I'm learning a lot about franchise taxes. So like, if we're getting off of Brodie, that's potentially saving us. Is that our water line? Is that their water line?
The city's going to be putting in, well, the applicant would be building the water line. Eventually, the city would take ownership of that water line.
So we
It'd
would
be dedicated to the Sunset Valley, yes.
Sunset Valley would pay to Austin for use of their right-of-way? No?
It's a public right-of-way, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
for the public, yeah, so.
So there's no money being collected because they are putting a water line into our property.
They're putting the water line into what is public right-of-way. So we have an ability to come in as another municipality, I guess, and kind of put the water line in that section of Brodie. And I don't think there's a franchise fee that's associated that we would be paying to the city of Austin for that.
Because it's a public line, it's dedicated
to the public.
That's why we have to respect it and make sure it's built according to our standards, because that eventually is our line. They build it, we take it over.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reeds?
So if there was ever a need for some water on the property that we're going across, do we have the ability then to tap in for, like, they were talking about the community gardens and such like that, then that would require that?
Yeah, we could tap into that line.
So that would be a plus there. Right now, their water is all well water?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Rosengarten?
Which trees are you trying to save by avoiding running it along the easement on Brodie?
If you can step up to the microphone. Yeah, sorry, you'll have to, or if you, okay.
This is a heritage street, and that's
Okay.
what they're trying to protect. And that's the reason it's crossed.
I don't see that it's so close to Brodie. Can you blow that up bigger, please? The roots, yeah, the roots are going to be as far as the canopy. But you can see that there's an area, and if you need 18 inches on each side of it, you're right along the side of Brodie.
48-inch Austin water transmission line that we have to avoid as well. That is right in that, right there underneath that, so it's pretty far, it's pretty big and pretty tight for us to get in there.
And Justin Triviana, part of the applicant. One thing we're missing, the reason it's an angle cutting in, you don't want to have a bunch of twists and turns because it's more maintenance. So that was the most direct route to avoid root systems, getting off of Brodie, and getting to your site and our site. So It's kind of a win for the city of Austin, city of Sunset Valley, and it's better for us because we don't have to dig up as much on Brodie. You guys don't have to dig up on Brodie to maintain going in the future as well. And it's a straight shot instead of snaking around everything, because that creates all kinds of problems.
But you still have angles right there where you have to move it onto the property, 6401. So you still have a bunch of elbows, if you will, right there.
Right, but we're trying to minimize to whatever extent that we can. Because if you have to start, I mean, the city of Austin, they clearly want us off of Brodie Lane. So we have to cut in at that 6401 site. And then to minimize the amount of turns and twisting we do, it's a straight shot. And that's the best location for that line to avoid the root systems of the other trees.
More than likely, I would imagine this will not be two bends. It will be one angle because the way water flows. So we survey that area for what utilities are there, inspect that before we found it out. So all that would be a part of the final plan. Would be the actual construction documents and exactly. And that comes from council. Sorry, I was just saying that, so we've engaged a surveyor to survey kind of the bubble diagram on either side of the proposed, and that was proposed, once again, the applicant for the water line extension is the city of Sunset Valley. We understand that the cost of that extension is our responsibility. We do understand that, and we also understand that the final plat, assuming we get approved this evening, does not get recorded until that work is paid for and completed. So that's all part of it. So, and I just one other item and I'll sit down. We've been struggling with how to get water to the site for 3 or 4 months now. And so when Austin Water met with Sunset Valley and said, here is a path by which we're willing to go ahead and do it by extending to the 8-inch line on Oakdale, I mean, it was music to our ears because without it, there's no development. So, thank you.
Rosengarten?
One more thing. Would the city then need to replat 6401 to show that water line so in the future, whatever happens with that piece of property, that water line is shown so nobody causes a leak situation?
Should we ever decide to do any construction at 6401, we would need to plat the property.
Thank you.
Councilor Reitz?
So we are doing preliminary now to basically give approval for basically going through the property here.
Yes, for a proposed alignment. At the final plat, you will
proposed.
see the final alignment based on field work, survey, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Council, other questions? All right, we'll open it up to members of the public that wish to speak to this item.
Thank you, Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese, also a member of Public Works Committee. And I'm in favor of these people getting water, and I hope this all happens. But I always hate this situation when I don't believe this came to Public Works. And I know we had a recent meeting, and I know I have a whole lot of engineers there, and I see only one engineer up there. And so that always causes me a little concern when things sort of rush through when we could have gotten our group of engineers to look at it. And I don't actually see, I mean, I hear why we should do it, but I don't see why we should do it. And I agree with Councilmember Rosengarten that it ought to go straight. I know that it's less expensive for the applicant, and if I was the applicant, I would rather do this, but since I am part of the group that owns that, and potentially there's a parking lot or any number of other things that now has a water line underneath it, if we want to do a small amount of parking there for a community garden or something, now we're concreting over a pipe, and that doesn't strike me as a good idea. Whereas, going over the front, I mean, you're still going to probably have an entranceway, but now that's your parking area. And so I think this is a rushed decision without our engineers, and I mean the citizen engineers, I'm not happy with our current engineers. I'll just flat out say that. And so I feel like they give very biased information, and I don't feel like it's always in the best interest of the environment. And so I think that it would be nice to have had this on the Public Works agenda, and I continue to agree with Councilmember Rosengarten. Thank you.
The prior plats that have been presented to council have not gone to Public Works.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
So we have a tough decision up here to make. That decision is save a tree, put the water line on 6401, the way that it is designed so that we can save the tree. We're environmentally conscious in our city. And information, you can put a parking lot over a water line. You just have to know that the water line is there. So we have to make sure that this 6401 is definitely plotted so that is shown, so whatever happens in the future on that lot, everybody knows there's a water line there. Now, let me ask the Public Works Director. When we have a preliminary plot plan come before council, does it go to Public Works every time before it comes to council?
I don't recall a preliminary plat going to Public Works Committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The
says
Code
for
of
council.
Ordinances.
Councilmember Johnson.
So we had that really good education about like the development process. I don't have that document in front of me, but preliminary makes it sound like there is, I remember the timeline. The official platting, do those usually go in front of, I know we want to like head things off as soon as possible, but like, do those usually go in front of Public Works?
No, it comes to you. The way the Code of Ordinances is written, it comes to City Council. And again, the platting process is ministerial in nature. There's not a whole lot of ability the council has to say no, other than if the exaction isn't exactly how you want it. So if this alignment, if the council is dead set to have it along Brodie, then council can make that decision and approve the preliminary plat contingent upon that alignment. But for the most part, so long as a plat conforms to the platting requirements in the ordinance, it is ministerial in nature. And preliminary just denotes, because normally there's a large development, and preliminary is the smaller part of the larger development. Our code is written with a preliminary and a final. So as opposed to running those concurrently, because there is no further subdivision other than requiring the plat in order to get to construction. But they chose to be transparent and go preliminary and then final. And
stop me. Stop me if you want to. So, in that kind of like development timeline, I think it is valuable. Like that Public Works Committee is stacked with engineers. We also pay engineers. So, I'm not saying for this, but I mean it is like a resource to be used. All I'm saying is just like, maybe we go to Public Works and just be like, hey, would you be interested in this kind of stuff? And they might be like, no, like we pay engineers and you know, this is not part of the stuff that we should be worrying about. We should be worried about like SIP type stuff.
Some cities require in their ordinances, some cities require that the zoning commission or the planning and zoning commission review plats before they go to council. And that really is to ensure that it matches the master plans, right? Because zoning commission really is, the zoning commission and council are really those heavy hitters when it comes to ensuring the master plans are approved and on the books. Mm-hmm. The plat is supposed to match those master plans. It is supposed to make sure that you have whatever right-of-way you need, whatever size of lines that you need, those kinds of things. So it's not unusual to punt that to another body like the zoning commission. Or if we want to amend the Code of Ordinances and say it's got to go to the Public Works Committee, but that's not the typical route in the process.
Is there anything that we might want to do on, now I have that wrong number in my, it's 6401, that can be screwed up by cutting across? Parking lot? No. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. At this moment, I think that I need to have a little orientation, and I try to ubicate myself. The applicants, they came more than 4 or 5 times. So in that process, so we vote, we agree, disagree. So at this moment, can you explain to me all of that phases that we have, please? And also where we will go?
Sure.
Please.
So the first stage of the process was to get through the rezoning. You cannot plat a piece of property until it is rezoned, because the zoning is going to tell you how big the lot's supposed to be, what the uses are supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera. The way our code is written, it's also required to provide you with a site plan and also the proposed uses and a proposed layout. Those are the appendixes that are required in our code. Later on becomes when they finally do get to the plat, which is we've already gotten our entitlements on what we're entitled to do on the property by the city. They told us we could get the use. They told us they agree with the preliminary layout. They told us that they agree with what we're going to do on the piece of property and the setbacks and all of that other good stuff. Now comes the piece of the development where they have to actually solidify what they're going to put on the ground. There's still yet another hurdle to cross, and that is the building permit. They cannot get even to the building permit without first platting the property. And the plat is where that serious infrastructure conversation comes in. They're going to build it, or our code also gives them the ability to bond it. So they would put a bond in place to move to the next level. I believe this development is going to build it before they move to the next level. I'm not sure. I'll let the developer tell you that. But they can't even begin to submit building plans to go vertical until this is approved.
Okay. So the last 4 meetings that we have, if I remember, one was for the rezoning. And later we met and they present a lot of things. The neighbors, they were unhappy. And again, at that time, we formalized a plan and was a proposal for them. So how do they call that proposal?
So that was just a site plan. That's what the council expects to see on the ground based on the information that's available at that particular point in time. So now comes a preliminary. This is where they're gonna line up the water, the wastewater, the streets, the driveways, everything, and show you where that is in relationship to the site plan. You don't get to the next level, to the final, because you have to agree on a preliminary. You have to agree to allow them this particular location, this particular setback. You have to agree to the particulars on the plat. Then comes the final, where you will see that final picture on the ground. Even then, there's still another step called as-built, which is what Councilmember Rosengarten is talking about. How do we know in the future that those things are done? When the final plat and the construction is done, they have to submit to us drawings called as-built drawings. How is it drawn? Because as you know, you draw something, but when you go build it, there might be a tree, there might have been, at 4715, we found a manhole, for God's sake, during the construction process. So all kinds of things may happen in the field, so there are field adjustments, and so they will submit as-built with their final construction when the city accepts that.
Yes. So looking in that way, I can see that we spend a lot of time doing these kind of things, not only for the applicants, because the applicants, they need to pay consultings, they need to pay a lot of things and a lot of hours. And for us, sometimes we are discussing areas that we don't know. So I think that perhaps we need to improve that process, how we are doing. So in that way, it will be unnecessary to have 5 times seeing people waiting, and I don't know, but stress is stress. I can see the people, and for me, it's not happy. So it's not critics, but I hope that at this moment, everything will move, because you have some part that is agree, some part that they are disagree. And looks like at this moment that I am in a jury when I saw the TV, and kill it, no, don't kill, and I am in the middle. And I don't want to be part of that judgment, But I hope that we will improve that, but now I have a better ubication, and thank you very much.
And did you want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So we became aware that there was just a well on site and we need to have potable water. And so we've been working at that for 4 or 5 months. The easiest would have been if Austin Water would have allowed us to go into the 48-inch water line that runs in front of both the Sunset Valley. They absolutely did not want to do that. In fact, early on, the feedback when we were approaching it was, well, you're not even in the city of Austin. Why would we provide you water? Thank goodness the city staff got involved and said, look, we have this 8-inch line that runs down Oakdale. Sunset Valley would prefer to provide the water instead of the water being provided. And so this orientation that you see, it came from a meeting between Sunset Valley and Austin Water. And we just responded to what we were told. So I want to clarify that. It isn't like the developer has said, let's just cut through. And then to protect it, because we would need to have protection if you approved it, there would actually be an easement that would get recorded. And that way, anybody in the future would know there's a water line. My understanding, you can't put parking over it, but if you ever had to service the water line, you'd have to go underneath the thing. So that's where we're at. And
Other members of the public who wish to speak to this item?
Scott Draker, 759 Oakdale Drive. First question, Tom, you consider a 200-foot buffer? For a setback for your development? It's not built. It's not too late to change. I'm just asking. Okay. What size line are we talking about on that water line?
8 inch.
8 inch. Can you move the picture up a little bit? The other way. Can you show us the approximate location of the water treatment facility on the proposed development of the Grubbs tract? Just with your cursor?
The water treatment facility that provides water?
Yeah, the water.
That would be,
Yeah.
I think, the Ulrich Water Plant in the city of Austin.
No. The water quality, the groundwater.
Oh, the drainage department, the drainage. It's not on the plat.
I know. Can you just, with your cursor, show us where it's at? The detention pond?
Yeah.
It's not a little closer to Brodie Lane? I could be wrong. Okay. So then if there were a similar development on the Galt tract, that water line wouldn't be running through the detention pond? No. I'm saying if I were to build an identical development on the Galt tract, that water line would not be in the middle of my detention pond.
No, everything's draining this way, quite honestly.
Yeah, but the big hole in the ground that's going to collect the water runoff and treat it, that pipe would not be in that big low depression? I understand that. It's not what I asked.
But, detention is usually the last to leave the site, and it's usually the lowest point on the site.
Okay, that's not what I asked, but let's move on. I know the applicant has 2 engineers here tonight. Is the city's engineer here tonight?
Yes.
Who? You are? What kind of soil do we have in that area?
There's a soil report
If I said it was Del Rio clay, a very expansive soil, would I be wrong?
I would defer to the soil report. It's in here.
So you don't really know much about the site condition?
I have reviewed the soil report.
Okay, so what kind of soil is in this site?
Make sure you direct your questions to the council.
Oh.
Just remember you have 4 minutes.
That way council can
My
determine.
You have 4 minutes to
My
comment.
apologies.
This isn't really a question and answer for everyone
Okay,
involved.
I think that if he were to confirm, if he were to look it up, I think he would confirm that it's an expansive clay soil. Council, is expansive clay soil good or bad? If I had a water line that was going to break, would it be more apt to break in an expansive soil or in a stabilized soil?
And just a reminder, the council can ask follow-up questions if they desire to the engineers, but during the public comments, you can make your comments, and it's up to council to either follow up or not.
Okay, so I think if you pose that question to your engineer, you'd learn that it would be more apt to break in an expansive soil, which is the soil condition that we have here. Just an interesting fact to know.
Which really, in all actuality, it defends why it should cut across the 6401 Brodie track, because if we are in that type of soil and we are in a propensity to break, if it's breaking in the Brodie Lane right-of-way, we're going to have to be ripping up the street at a more expensive proposition to the city to repair it, whereas if it's on the 6401 Brodie site, that's our property, and that's a little bit less expensive. I'm not sure what the question is, if the soil type depends on whether water should be extended to the site? Is that what you're getting at? Should water be extended to the site because of the soil condition?
Okay, let me ask my next question, and then we'll go back to that. The city's appraiser, have they given y'all an opinion as to whether this property is worth more or less with that water line going through it? Pardon me?
We've not
Yep.
gotten an appraisal on the property.
No, okay. Councilmember Rosegarden, the builders that you work for, would they be apt to pay more or less for a
You're
piece
not
of-
to address individual members of the council.
Okay,
Public comment, not a, question and answer time.
okay. So I can't ask questions, I can only make comments.
I can refer you to the code, but
No,
you're
I'm
not
just
to
asking.
allow, you're not to ask address individual members of the council. You can ask, questions as a body, but yeah, I'm just pointing you to the code.
Okay. Can you point out for me on that preliminary plat where the wastewater line is? Okay, and is it on the property?
It is, appears it's in an easement.
In an easement?
Yes. It's an
And-
easement that crosses your driveway, I believe.
Does that easement provide the authority to service a non-residential property?
The easement is a public easement for a wastewater line, which is why we could not put the water line there, because the easement is specific to a wastewater line.
Okay. Would it be possible for you to send me a copy of that easement?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Really, ideally, the best situation would have been to bring that water line, in case it protected from that wastewater line, to the rear of the property in what is already an existing easement, and not have to go through some of this. But I believe the discussion with Mr. Draker yielded a no to that, to amend that easement, because it is specific to a wastewater easement. We had the same issue on, Sunset Trail, where there's an easement there, but it is only a utility easement. So we tried to do some drainage through there to resolve one of the drainage basin situations, but we couldn't, because it was specific to the type of easement. So in the future, as an FYI, we should probably do more generic to give the city some latitude in case there's ever some additional easement use that's needed.
Blaine, did you want to comment?
I did. I would be able to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Draker made regarding the soil conditions and the property value. You know, there are clay soils all over this area, and waterline construction has a method that replaces the clay soil that surrounds the water line with a sand bedding that does not have the movement. Otherwise, all the water lines over multiple parts of towns would be breaking. So this is a tried and true method of construction that does well. It's kind of a similar thought to when you build a structure and a foundation. You take out the clay soils and you replace it with a material that is more suitable and does not expand. And then also regarding the property value, you know, right now the Galt tract does not have water service other than a residential well. And I'm on the board of directors of the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District, and with that, you know, Edwards permits are not available. They're capped, and so any future development with that tract that's other than a single family would need to get a new permit that wouldn't be available. So that tract would be without water. So that tract is definitely much more valuable with water.
Council, further questions? Councilor Rosengarten?
I found the geology of the soil, and it is definitely clay soil. And it says, per the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the site consists of 1.9 acres of Crawford Series clay, 0 to 9% slope, and 3 to 0.1 acres of spec Series clay loam. But exactly what the engineer said is you have to treat the soil in order to develop and to put in a water line. Same with when you're building a house or a building, a commercial building, you have to create a pad, exactly what the engineer said. You have to take up the soil, you have to then mix it with better soil that drains, and then you put it down, and then you have to compress it, and it's called a pad before you can build on it. So, no, I didn't say that. I just said that's what they're supposed to do. I didn't say maintenance was an issue. I never used that sentence because I'm on clay soil and I know what's going on in my house. And even though I wish for the water line to be along Brodie Lane, with them giving me information as to why it can't be, and that Austin and the City of Sunset Valley staff worked together to come up with this, it wasn't the developer who came up with this idea. On one hand, I'm grateful to have water on 6401 Brodie, because we have tried for years to get water over to Ann Gold and to Betty Grubbs. You have no idea. Barbara's shaking her head. She knows what we've gone through. We've tried time and time again to figure out how to get water over there. So we are grateful that you're willing to take on this project, that we could have water on that property if in the future something develops. And yes, it will increase the land value. We all know that. Anytime there is water and sewer put to a piece of property, it increases the value. With that, I'm ready to make a motion. I need to get back to page 1. I'm going to approve the line as designed crossing 6401 Brodie.
So the motion, I believe, is to approval of the preliminary plot as submitted.
Correct. I'm trying to find the verbiage. 6405, yeah. I keep talking about Ann Gull's property, and that's what's getting me confused, yeah.
Okay.
Here's the motion. I move to approve the preliminary plat of 4.966 acres out of T. Bissell Survey 18 Abstract 3, also known as 6405 Brodie Lane, under section 150.281 of the Land Development Code.
All right. There's a motion. Is there a second for that motion? Councilmember Reed seconds.
Yes, I will second.
All right. Let's open it up for further discussion. I know Councilmember Johnson, you had your hand raised, and then go back to Councilmember Rosengarten.
Sure. To I think this is mostly for Carolyn. The point still stands that, like, however it gets built, if, I know we kind of like put.
No. So I'll remind you that the council put like 10 stipulations about the construction process. So we're like, we haven't even begun to touch those yet. All of that is going to be addressed in the.
But to the point of like it breaking, it's, there's construction methods, et cetera. What could undermine that? A 10% water loss that we have in our current water system. So if there's a leak, so I know we're getting on that, and we just got to get on it more over time. So, but I do hear like the kind of worry about that. This is kind of to the side. I do wish we had kind of like the top line, like, you're supposed to address the council and stuff. There's still questions, like the spirit is still there, and Blaine, or Ms. Stansberg, sorry, answered that, but I don't know, maybe we should get something up there that says like, this is how you ask a question to the room so that somebody can pick it up and run with it. Because, if she didn't answer it, I was going to just, because I also cannot address anyone else on the dais, I would have just asked the heavens and hopefully somebody would have jumped on it. But, so, yeah, that's the only thing I had to kind of say about the motion there.
Councilor Rosengarten.
I just wanted to say again, it's a difficult job to sit up here. It's a different job to sit back there in the seat. We have to deal with facts and facts only, no emotion. We have to look at the details we're given, the information we're given, and then make the best judgment. So I understand I may have made some people unhappy, but I have to do this job. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
I had one more thing. When I was going over this material, I don't think it changes much, but I had a really hard time following these letters, which I really wanted to read because it seems like they're, like 60-year-old letters and stuff like that. Can somebody? Okay, yeah. Man, property was inexpensive back then. I was reading some of these, I'm like, wow. Okay, that's what I thought it was, but like sometimes the type was kind of going out. So, okay, that's it.
Council, we have a motion on the table. Is there further discussion? I will open it up for the public to make any comments specific to the motion. If they wish to, they can speak again.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I just wanted to speak to the process, because I don't disagree, and I have sat up there and I understand what everybody's saying, but I wasn't really talking about that Public Works should see the plot. Public Works should see our public water lines, and if it's a city-owned property, the water that we're doing. That's the only point I made. So I just bristled at having that say, oh, that they need to see the plot. No, that's not. Well, I agree. No, they wouldn't see a plot. That doesn't make sense. But they would see our public water lines. They would see water going across the property that the city owns. That would be the reason that they would see it. Thank you.
It wouldn't make the legislative shot clock. Remember, we're under the gun. Now, if the council decides the Public Works Committee should review the construction documents to the water line, absolutely. The only thing this is looking at is the alignment. If Public Works should look at the construction documents themselves to see the construction method and material, absolutely.
I think it is. I think it's a good point, and so we do hear this, like it wouldn't have made the shot clock. I think we need to, and maybe like once we kind of like move the pieces around in the development process, then like we'll allow that. So that should, light a fire under our butt to kind of like revisit that so that we can kind of get these things out of the way. But
any further discussion on this item? All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve the preliminary plot, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, the motion passes. Go ahead, step up to the mic, please.
Good evening. I wanted to let you know of a change. I have accepted a position teaching high school math, and I am super excited about that. I started yesterday. This is something that kind of happened pretty quick. I'd actually been thinking about, you know, for the last few years, of, oh, I would like to do that someday. That might be pretty cool. And then I realized, okay, I'm getting older, and, you know, I'm going to be 51 this next month. And I was like, you know what? If I need to do another career, I need to make this happen. And so anyway, I was hired on an emergency certification. So I have just kind of jumped in with I have freshmen in geometry. I'm teaching algebra, and I have freshmen and sophomores. I'm teaching algebra and geometry. So anyway, I wanted to just come this evening and just express to all of you how much I have really enjoyed working with you all in the city of Sunset Valley, and also express my love of this project. And you know, it's hard to find local homegrown projects these days. It really, really is, and this is truly as local as it gets. And so I wanted to introduce and hand the baton off to Tammy Meagle of Meagle Engineering, who is here. You know, it is unfortunate I didn't know Tammy years ago, because we've been able to collaborate very well and create a really smooth transition in this project. And I just feel like it's in good hands. So I can go off with my students and do my thing, and then knowing that this project and my dear friends from here on out will be taken care of, and Sunset Valley will be taken care of too. So thank you.
Thank you, and best wishes on your next endeavor. It's a challenging environment, but certainly worthwhile. Yeah.
With that, good evening. I'm Tammy Meagle with Meagle Engineering. I just wanted to introduce myself real quick. I have 25 years of commercial site development here in Central Texas. I've never worked on a project in Sunset Valley. I'm super excited about the opportunity and thankful that it's on such an amazing project. We've been working really hard to get caught up on the project and the property entitlements, and just to pick up where Blaine left off and run with it. So I look forward to working with y'all and with the city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, we're on our last agenda item, which is the presentation and discussion of the mayor's budget for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023. I'll handle the introductions, and we'll hand it over to staff. First of all, I just want to say my thanks to staff and to the Budget and Finance Committee for the hard work that they put in this year, for making such a mantle weight brick of a budget that we all received copies of. Yes. And really it is in large part due to the participation of our residents in our committees, such as the Budget and Finance, you know, which leads me to I think this year's process, and we'll talk about, you know, I will have staff, you know, address the differences between the budget that came out of the last meeting with Budget and Finance and the final budget that's before you. However, what I'd done the last year and the previous year was really entrusted the Budget and Finance Committee with the work and making sure that they're the stewards of our finances. And I stated at the beginning of the process that I want to take recommendations that come from that committee wholeheartedly and not deviate from them unless, you know, there's an absolute need to. And that's really council's decision to say, do we need to deviate? It's in your hands now. So just as a highlight, you know, I did, at the beginning of this process, we had a joint workshop. I also provided, you know, high-level input into the budget process with my recommendations. Not all of those were adopted as recommendations by Budget and Finance, and that's part of the process. I want to honor that. I do want to highlight, though, and I did this in my transmission letter, and I also appreciate that Budget and Finance had their own transmission letter this year, which I think is really super helpful for council to understand the context of what they went through. But in my own transmission, I want to highlight certain areas that I think are important for the city to consider going forward, particularly around how, again, we handle our utility subsidies. And I know this was noted in the discussion we had at the budget workshop prior to the transmission budget, but in the proposed budget, our utility subsidies have grown quite a bit. We're $300K higher than we were this current budget cycle. It's a growing issue for us. It's masked because we have high revenues, and we can absorb this. But if we were in a situation where we didn't have higher revenues, then this would be a more egregious and visible issue for us. And I urge the council to weigh that as we go forward in our long-term plans, for the city. I also deferred a lot of the decisions that, initially when we began this process related to open space planning and, investments in that, because we are going through the process concurrently with our open space project. And so when we don't fund things like the Burger Center Trail, or we don't fund things like the Valley Creek improvements or Upper Cougar Creek, it's because it's really a consideration of the fact that we have this parallel process that we want to gather input in. Now that we have almost a conclusion of that process, now's the time to start talking about items that we might want to fund in what will really be a multi-year implementation. It's not something we can get done, in a single year. The other highlight I want to point out for council is that we've all experienced, I think, individually, the impacts of the high inflation recently, the impacts that are hopefully being mitigated, with or tempered, through other federal actions, state actions, so that we're not seeing this increasing escalation, but it's affecting our staff in particular. We have already lived in a very high cost of living area. It's only growing in high cost of living, and we rely on staff to execute their job functions, oftentimes having to commute a long distance, to reach our city and provide the service that they provide. So with the conjunction of Budget and Finance reviewing this, what we're proposing this year is a cost of living adjustment that's 4% across the board for staff, and then an adjusted one-time stipend paid out over the next 4 quarters, so paid out over a year in four installments, based on the level of staff. So in some cases, it's up to 16% for our low-level staff as a stipend to offset the high cost of inflation. In the higher-level staff, it's much lower, but it equates to approximately 5% of total staff cost, and that's not intended to be a permanent increase, but it's intended to be a one-time offset of the high inflation we've been seeing, and particularly as we're competing with the city of Austin and other municipalities, which are already moving in the direction of having a higher baseline for entry-level staff, which we're soon going to have to be competing directly against for their $22 an hour minimum wage and those effects. The other point I really want to emphasize is, I think as a city, in our values, we often focus on conservation, on trails, on stewardship in the environment, acquiring property for drainage. I think we can do a lot more for a city to be on the forefront of energy efficiency and energy conservation, and utilizing our infrastructure that is really aligned with those values of making sure that we are preserving our future for our children. I think that we can do more with our city complex as far as being able to utilize solar power or alternative energy sources. I did put in my mayor's transmission letter that when we're buying new vehicles, I think vehicle purchases are at a point where you can really strongly consider hybrid and or electric technologies, and that should be always the first thing that we should be looking at when we're purchasing new vehicles, especially if we're talking about vehicles that are meant for short round trips. I think the technology is advanced enough to where it's on par, and in fact it saves us money over the long term. So I'd really like us to make sure that that's part of our policies when we're considering budgetary purchases of large equipment and investments. I'd like to see us move in those directions. But with that, I think we are at a point in the city where we are so fortunate. We have a surplus this year, which is wildly exceeding our estimates from going into last year. With that comes a lot of responsibility to say, we're not just spending money, but we want to make sure that we're ensuring our future. We have these growing costs, we have these growing needs of investment in our public spaces. Even with a surplus, I want to make sure that we're thoughtful about how we, do what we do with that money. By default, it's going to go into our reserves, which is great. That means we save that money. We also have the option of reinvesting that in some of our plans, like we did last year when we took that $700K from our surplus and we decided to put it into a fund set aside for our, open space improvements and beautification, which is something that we have the option of doing this year, as we get to the end of this year's fiscal process. So with all that, I hope you had a chance to read through the transmission letter. I hope you had a chance to start looking at the budget. We are going to have several takes on this. We are going to have a meeting on Saturday to work out further details with ourselves and staff. We're going to have 2 public presentations of the budget, starting with our September 6th, and then on the budget adoption on the 27th. And if needed, we can have interim meetings. If we want to have more sessions, if we feel like we need to deep dive into the elements, we can certainly do so. I'm pleased with the work, like I said, that the Budget and Finance Committee did, and the work that, that I know that Councilmember Rosengarten was deeply involved in as well. That being said, this is the time for council to weigh any changes or options, especially as we consider large investments that we've been discussing, in related to open space and planning, which I think it makes sense for us to, if we're really serious about that, set aside more money, for those kind of purposes, so that it's there for future councils to deliberate on how to use. So also, I'll just let staff just talk about the discrepancy between the specific about the budget and finance final budget and the one that I presented for the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies for such a large book, but we are attempting to obtain the GFOA Finance Award, and so all of these are required components of the book, and there's actually still some more components we need to include. So just FYI, I know some of you made comments about how many pages it was, and my apologies. We start with what has lovingly become called the Barbara Wilson budget worksheet. So thank you, Barbara. And this is I call it the budget summary at a glance. What are we starting with? What are we spending? What's going to be encumbered? And how much will we end at the end of the year? This number obviously is in flux quite a bit because we're always a few months behind in our revenue collections with sales tax, and so every month we kind of hold our breath and wait for those revenues to come in. And then we're also behind on some expenses sometimes. It takes some of our vendors 60 and 90 days to get expenses to us. So the number is always in flux, but it shouldn't be in flux millions of dollars. So that's the first thing. We are in generally good position. I think the issue that folks need to understand is that our projects, all of our money ends up falling to reserves in each of the appropriate funds. And then as we fund projects, we're funding it out of reserves. We could theoretically move it into operations, but then that really does skew the number because, as you know, projects don't get done in a year. They just don't, and that's not how we budget. So we end up having numbers fall to fund balance, we forget about the project, it wasn't priority, et cetera, which is why the CIP is so critical, right? We had this 40-year outlook, we've taken 5-year chunks of the CIP, and that's why it's really important that you look at the pro formas also for each one of the funds that's impacted by the CIP, because I want you as a council to understand every year if we spend what we say we're supposed to spend, what are those funds gonna look like at the end of the year and at the end of 5 years? That's the first thing. The second thing is, this is the first year that you had a budget and finance transmission letter. And I wanted that because I wanted you to understand what the thought process was as we put this budget together and what they went through and the discussion that they had on the floor as to why some things were voted on and some weren't. For example, the mayor's recommendation to COLA was not accepted by Budget and Finance. Instead, they came up with a hybrid, a COLA and a stipend. So it's, and that's included in your portfolio as well. So there are some changes according to what Budget and Finance submitted and the staff ended up submitting, and that generally is because there are some errors. There was an error, the biggest error was there was an error in comprehension. The committee voted to go ahead and spend the $250,000 on the Parks and Open Space Master Plan, but they chose to fund that out of the $700,000. It's already earmarked in that beautification dollar. They didn't want an additional $250 out of reserves. In the initial swap, Susanna and Kyle had taken it out of a reserve and put it in as a revenue. So when you pull something out of reserve and you deposit it in a fund, it becomes a revenue into that fund. And so if you see, the link shows the Budget and Finance Committee recommendation, and then it shows staff correction. And that is a significant amount. That's $250,000 of that. The other corrections that we had to make were related to staff salary. Salaries are allocated. They're allocated by fund. And so when the decision was made to do a 5% stipend, we had about $112,000, quote unquote, to work with. But that $112,000 wasn't just the general fund. It's included in the water fund, it's included in the drainage fund, it's included in the venue fund, et cetera, et cetera. And so as we did the math to that, some of those funds had more of an impact than we originally anticipated. And that required some transfer in from reserves of each one of those funds to make the funds balance. It was either that or transfer more from the general fund into those funds. And all of the funds have a heavy reserve, with the exception of crime control. And so that was part of the error. The third error was when we did the original 4% COLA, for whatever reason, it wasn't included in the PD crime control budget. And so that is a significant error on our part that we had to go back and correct. So for the most part, those are the differences. I did send a link, and there is a link on the website of the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations and the staff corrections. And you can see line by line what the Finance Committee did and what staff did. We only made corrections. We made no substantive changes to their recommendations. We did not remove any projects. We didn't do anything of the sort. They were just mathematical corrections related to the budget. That being said, there is one correction that I do want to bring to your attention, and that is the general fund. Because we did the corrections to the salary based on the 5% stipend, that's going to require a $15,000 transfer from reserves into the general fund to balance that account. It's $14,000 and some change. My recommendation to the council is to prepay, which is accounting 101, right? Prepaid expenses, that first quarter of the stipend with this year's excess revenues so that you don't have to dip into reserves in the following year. That would give you probably a surplus of about $15,000 in the general fund. That would be my one. If I had a magic wand to make the correction myself, I would, but it is a council decision to make. You could, in fact, choose to fund that entire stipend out of excess revenues this year and leave more into the general fund for any projects that come to fruition or come from the discussion at the workshop. So 6 one way, half dozen the other is going to fall to reserves, whatever we don't use anyway. And the last thing I'll remind you is these are anticipated numbers. We don't get the final numbers until the auditors are done, right? And the auditors close the books. And that's not until March or April or even the summer of next year. So even the budget that you approve tonight is not solidified. Those numbers will end up being changed at the end of it all when the books are finally closed. So happy to take any questions, comments, concerns. Rudy has sent us a bunch of typos, which I appreciate.
Councilor Reitz and then Councilor Rosengren.
So were there staff additions planned in this budget?
There are no staff additions. The 2 things that are in the budget related to staff, well, actually there's a couple things in the budget related to staff. One is funding Danielle's position. That's formalized and cemented in this budget. The second is Susanna's part-time position. A part-time accountant is also funded in this budget, and it is $64,000. It is shown in the administration portion of the fund, should the council decide to continue the part-time accountant position. And there is a 4% COLA and a 5% one-time stipend for staff. And the part-time trails person is also solidified in the budget, but there are no other additional staff increases.
Okay, so there was a letter from Charles Young, talked about supporting the staffing, and so I just didn't see anything, so.
No, we've had a lot of discussions as we talked about the landscaping portion of it, whether we were outsourcing, whether it was appropriate to help support Public Works should that need arise, since we are going to stay with the third-party landscaping.
Okay, okay, good. And so and then the Budget and Finance reviewed the landscaping, and they have a recommendation to maintain our current contractor?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for doing that work, because that was, yeah.
Councilor Rosengarten.
Thank you, Mayor. There were two things that were of concern for me. The first one was utilizing the $250,000 out of the $700,000 that was set aside for beautification funds. Now, keep in mind, I'm the liaison. I cannot vote when I'm in the Budget and Finance meeting. The $700,000 was set aside for beautification of the city. It was not for the $250,000, which is open space and park management. So that we will have to discuss and decide whether or not we agree with doing that. Because if we continue to allow things like that to happen, taking $250,000 away from the $700,000 and the $100,000 that we're allocating this year, then eventually we don't have the money we need in order to do the project we were talking about previously, whether it be pavilions in the Uplands, pavilions in Upper Cougar Creek, designing Upper Cougar Creek for benefit of the retail, etc. The second item was about 2 years ago, the Budget and Finance Committee moved the fire department expense into admin from the general operating fund. This year, when we saw it in the admin fund, we realized it inflated admin. Their expenses looked greater than the Public Safety Committee, the Public Safety Department, sorry. And because of that, the decision was made to move it into public safety. Next year, we're going to see public safety dramatically inflating. My recommendation for council is that we take the fire department expense and put it in general operating fund. I've talked to another accountant in another city who also said that's what they would recommend. It really needs to be in the general operating fund, not in the general fund, the general operating fund. General government, thank you. General government fund, which basically is paid from the same funds, but it doesn't sit under admin, and it doesn't sit under public safety. So those are the two main things I wanted to be sure and mention. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think that used to be in that. They used to have that in that.
Yes, it used to be in general government.
Yes. Only I saw a few. I need to spend more time. So when you say that we will approve this tonight, so
We can get it done all at once.
yeah. Okay, so I think that will be hard for me to work all this night, and I don't believe that you will have this ready. But coming now down, I think that, for example, in page number 9, you are talking about subsidy. And when I was looking that, I was checking each of them, and that gave it to me, if you will see subsidy for water, wastewater, solid waste, and also you include the infrastructure for water and wastewater. So that gave it to you $1.1 million.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. So after that, I saw in page number 43, page 43. So what is?
It's page 45 on the digital version.
Okay.
It's page 45 on the digital.
Okay. I think that my suggestion is check in the book. I don't have a computer, so
Yes.
if you can do it, I will appreciate it. So in that way, okay, in that way we will have communication. Okay, Sylvia?
Yes.
Okay. If you will go to page 43, in page 43, in the third sentence that you have there, is paragraph, the third paragraph.
1563372.
You refer to 1.563.
I believe the difference is that includes the transfer to the repair and replacement of 400K, which I didn't count as in my subsidy letter, but yeah, the language, yeah.
I cannot hear you, but my question is direct. So direct is $1.1 million, and later, if you add $420,000, if you add, you will go to the 1.5. So why we add 420,000?
That's the repair and replacement amount.
Okay, so but this is no infrastructure. And in this case, we refer in the third paragraph, they say utility fund.
Correct.
Subsidizing.
We should clarify that to be 1.1.
So please, because if you know, it's a misunderstanding.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean that it's a lot of money that we have in subsidy. But a lot of that is the salaries also, they came so high as used to be.
Yes. Yes, that was a recommendation that was given to us a few days ago to carve out what the actual subsidy or the actual payment is to City of Austin versus what's also included in that operational. And I believe Kyle has that number.
Yes.
But yes, we will include that and we'll bring that with us on Saturday. But yes, you're right. On page 45, that needs to be corrected.
Please, 43.
Yes.
From the documents, that we are talking.
Yes, sir.
So now, only that is my limit. I didn't read nothing more, so that's all that I have. I have some only about beautification, that is a fault. Then they need to replace that French leather or French wool. Then you see that, no, Mark? What's in your letter?
It was in my letter.
In your letter. Oh, I am wrong, maybe, because I read the word is in the. If you will go there, in his letter he referred to beautification, but he say beatification.
Oh, it's a typo?
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Apologies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the sixth paragraph, they say beatification.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw that a couple
Be
of
careful
times.
with that word.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yes. Thank you.
And just as an FYI for the folks watching at home and in the digital, each one of the pages is hyperlinked. So if you go to if you want to go to the history, you go to page 13, it'll take you to page 13. And then at the bottom of the page, we put this little icon here that will take you to the back of the table of contents. So you're not having to jump back and forth.
Very nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Reeds?
Okay, so I'm thinking at our work session on Saturday, it might be helpful to have a robust conversation on our utility subsidy for the prep to be there, for y'all to be able to explain all of the differences, particularly I don't have the long-term plans and to see, are we funding this correctly, et cetera, so we can really look at that and look at all of that. The solid waste is an issue. The commercial rates is another issue. I don't believe we've changed our commercial rates in how many years?
We haven't changed any rates.
Yeah. And I do remember in the cost of service study that we did, I don't remember when that was done. It was before my time.
2014.
Yes, okay. Y'all were gonna do the cost of service in, I think it was wastewater, in 2 separate bunches with the commercial. Only one was done. The second one never occurred, is from what I can tell.
in my review of it. I could be wrong.
On the wastewater charges?
Yeah, I think so. I think it said that because it was too much of a jump the first time. But I don't believe they ever came back and did the second jump. But I could be wrong. But I think we need to look at that and look at all of that host subsidy and just really review that to make sure that everyone understands that, and also the long-term fund balances for the infrastructure. And then the second thing I have is kind of minor, the vehicle needed for training, and that I kind of looked at mileage and mileage reimbursement, and it wasn't very big, but I only looked at one. I don't know if it's spread out in other budgets, and that seems a lot to justify a vehicle up.
As I told the committee, staff really doesn't do their mileage reimbursement. They just don't. I know I never do, and I know I haven't gotten one from Carolyn in a long time. If we forced it, we probably would have a little bit of a higher number, but nobody really submits their mileage reimbursement.
So we don't have a good feel, and do we not have I don't have a feel for how often that this admin staff travels that warrants a purchase of a new vehicle. So I don't have that feel, I guess.
Can we bring that back on
Yes.
first Saturday?
Yeah, we can bring it back. We can bring that back to discuss.
Yeah,
so.
to get the details of the justification for I guess the benefit of having a vehicle versus like the cost of mileage that we estimate.
Yeah, and the cost, the mileage reimbursement was, like $1,000. So it's like $1,000 versus $40,000, $50,000. So I'm just kind of struggling with that just a tiny bit. So, and those were the two big things. And I'd also like I do think we ought to plan ahead for some of this open space planning, and allocate, like we did in the previous year for beautification and such. And so, so I think we should plan ahead and just plan it and put it in our budget, as opposed to keeping it totally open, so then it's a budget amendment, and so it's a discussion point. So yeah.
And I think that from my perspective, it's worth a conversation about, we have money set aside for beautification. However, the beautification can include open space improvements.
Some of it
right?
does
So
overlap.
I think there's if we really want to separate those things, then let's be clear about that. If we're really intending to be, this is funding both of those opportunities, in terms of beautification that we've been talking a lot about with Canals and Company, and we also are going to be funding some of these improvements that are related, which are like trail improvements and things like that, or art installations. That's a component of open space.
Right.
So I don't want to, if we want to clearly distinct those things, then let's make sure that we are clearly making the distinction. If it's really that we are combining these things and we want to set aside funding for open space and beautification, then we need to plan on how much funding we set aside every year for that and what our long-term goals are, right? But that's I don't want it to be so hard line unless we really want to say this fund is only for these specific things, and we need to start saving up money for open space planning separately. But that being said, I think it's what I was intending with last year's budget was saying we need to start investing in these type of improvements, which are a mixture of beautification and like things that are under the open space plan, like art in public spaces, like trail signage, like those things. And so I was really pleased when council decided to take the action of funding more than what I asked for, with the $700K, as an opportunity, because we had so much revenue. Because I know those type of investments are going to be expensive, right? Especially if we're talking about bigger infrastructure that we don't have currently allocated, funding for.
Yeah, I think it's it's all kind of coming together in one little month, and it makes it a little tough. But there may be some things we all agree on, and we can put it in budget for it and get that process going.
Yeah, my intention, and I think I said this originally when I was, kind of going down this route, is that it's really hard to authorize projects when you don't have money already, for the city, that you don't already have some money set aside for it.
Yes.
And we saw that with the
Yeah.
city facilities. So the intention really behind that is start saving up money and, preserving it so that it just doesn't get put into fund balance. Because we have a hard time, saying, let's draw from our fund balance. It's a much harder process for us as a city to say, this is what we want to take our reserves down and fund this. And we've always been a city that's reluctant to, fund things through a bond or through some, additional supplemental funding. And setting aside the money is great, because that means that we now can have a conversation about the opportunities that arise, like our open space planning. I would characterize the opportunities that we saw in our open space planning and combined with our beautification as being much, potentially greater than 800K, and we're probably going to see that with the results of, but we don't have to do all that, but I think we're going to need more than 800K regardless, and. Yeah.
Right, right.
The microphone.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, this corner, you cannot hear nothing.
Sorry. So I said in the pro formas, so what I like to do when we do a capital project or we do a capital program is to let you know, especially when we're operating from reserves, to let you know what the fund's what's supposed to happen to the fund with everything that we programmed. In the general fund in 2024, there was a project called Burger Center Trail for 220. Whether or not Burger Center Trail gets built or not built or whatever, there's a placeholder for 220. But more importantly, I only did a revenue growth of 1% because, again, I don't know recession, no recession. Our sales tax numbers have been very good, but I don't know what that long-term outlook is going to be. And I only did operating growth of 1%. I know operating growth is not going to be 1%. It's going to have to be higher. So what is that long-term impact to the general fund? And then from the following years, I plugged in $500,000 to be, and I just plugged in Parks and Open Space Master Plan to give the council an idea, if you did choose to do an investment of that amount or something close, what that would entail and what that would do to reserves in the general fund.
So council, this is again, just a discussion-only item, and also want to invite members of the public to speak to this. If you don't have any, Councilmember Rosengard.
Just wanted to ask, how late are we taking this meeting to? In other words, how deep are we going tonight, or are we just?
My preference would be that we have an opportunity to present the budget, ask questions, give the members of the public, especially the Budget and Finance Committee chair, a chance to speak. I would like to get out of here by 9 o'clock, so we don't have, but that being said, I'm willing to stay as late as we need to, to this. We will have 3 more sessions at least on the budget, right? So that's an opportunity, and I know that you guys are just digesting this. We're still, and certainly, I want to make sure that we're responding to needs in preparation for future meetings. So if there's something that you want staff to bring back, that's, something we want to direct staff to say prepare for Saturday, prepare for the 6th. But we have 6 more weeks with this budget. So we'll go Mayor Pro Tem, and then see if there's any other council questions before we open up the public. But Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I think going with the same point, if you will see page 48 in the budget, you will see the budget. They refer to expenses, and I am referring to the account 5711. So page 48. in expenses, you will see 1, 2, 3, 4, in the 6th line, they refer to account 5711, and it's a open space management, $45,000. So looking that, you will see previously, well, I think there's a lot of money. So perhaps in the next meeting, we can justify that. And in that way, because if today we were working with one study for open space for 50,000, and now in operation we have 45, I think that we need to know how is spending that money. So I catch that, and I think that is no bad idea to look that. Also, I saw the storm water program, but this is not too much. I was looking more in the open space management. So I suggest, Mayor, if next week the staff, they can give it to us or to me one justification. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
To add to Councilmember Carmona's mention, if you go to page 49, 5711, you've got the 45,000 on open space management, and then if you go to page 52, now 52 might be digital versus book. I did everything digital. On code 5350, it's ground maintenance, 223,404. So we need to find out what those two differences are, open space management and ground maintenance. And then I went through on page 59, there's another open space management, $5,000. Page 60 is 193, which is part of the 223,000. You don't have to follow along. Would like to know if they're within the 223 or on top of the 223, because on page 76, I've got.
There's separate things, yeah.
Within. 5744, repair and maintenance, parks and ground, $12,000. Page 76, 5743, repair and maintenance, landscape area, $4,500. Page 76, 5753, repair and maintenance, trails and footpath, $4,500. And then there's another page, but you can't see the code number because that beautiful little logo moves around and it covers the code number. Open space management, $5,000. So you get all these different amounts for landscape maintenance and ground maintenance that I don't know if they're all under the 223 or on top of the 223.
Yeah, they're separate items, because you're talking open space management, which is the 270 acres of green space the city owns. Grounds maintenance is the city's contract with Texascapes for the most part. So those are two separate items. Landscape areas is work the Public Works does and out on the streets and right-of-ways here. And same thing with trails and footpaths. That is primarily going to be your granite gravel trails, not anything in the open space. So they're two separate and completely different items.
Would it be possible to put all these on one page? Everything regarding grounds maintenance and maintenance, parks and landscape area, footpaths, all of it on one page, so we can see the total amount that it's costing us for maintaining the properties?
What is, give me a code word that matches them all, and I'll tell you right now.
5350, grounds maintenance, it's 223,000. Grounds maintenance.
Yep, so we'll give you a breakout, Rudy, but it's very easy to filter out, and we'll give you,
yeah.
you want everything related to ground, and you want everything related to open space.
There's open space management, there's ground maintenance, there's landscaping, there's parks and ground, under repair and maintenance, there's trails and footpath. So it's like, give us an idea, how much does it really cost to maintain
The properties, the city properties, yep.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yeah, just a quick question about the, when you're requesting funds for out of hotel occupancy, there's a deadline for that. Is that imposed by the state or us or what?
That's us.
That's us? All right. Do we know what the farmer's market's doing?
We actually reached out to the farmer's market and let them know that the deadline was approaching, and they chose not to submit.
Was it just like, we don't want to submit, or was it like?
I mean, we're in, pretty frequent contact with them. I did, they've had a lot of change, in their staffing and their leadership. I did reach out to them, hey, this is due, and they said, oh, we don't have time to complete it, even though, they pretty much submit the same thing every year, but so, we can't force someone to submit an application for grants, so, yeah.
Is it improper for like me to go and be like, not that I know them less than you, but it's just like, hey.
No, well, no, but then when that vote came up, you should probably recuse yourself if you went to go solicit. So it's best to remind staff or tell staff, hey, make sure you go and do that. But the other side of that, if council wants to go ahead and make an allocation to them without an application from the general fund or any fund, so long as it fits the parameters, that's entirely up to the council too.
Yeah, it becomes a little more, it's like one domino. If it's not them, then I would still like us to have a farmer's market, especially if we're about to spend money on making it really nice. Like, I always think about Mueller's farmer's market, which they have inexplicably moved indoors or whatever. It's no longer in that beautiful airplane hangar. And it's like, I think they moved it back into a building, because I went over there when it usually is running, and it's like the best part about it, right next to the lake. So anyway, so that could be us though, like the one that's like in this beautiful spot. I know 290's right there, but it's like, that's 12 acres of very peaceful property. So I don't know, I'm just like looking ahead to, making us attractive to any farmer's market, having the place, put aside funds if they want them. It's just like, this is a fund that we can use for that, This isn't like, oh, we can't have a city pool because we're giving money to the farmer's market. This is like one of the things that we can do. So,
and just a note there, there's no hot funds allocated to the farmer's market. There is a general funds line item for the farmer's market, which is $7,500. Pays for their rental. So there is some money going to the farmer's markets that they didn't apply for hot funds, and it could be that it's not in it's under.
Right, and I also thought the money I thought it was 40. This says 30. Maybe not. It shows like the old amount was 30. Yeah.
So in the past, it was a combination of hot and general fund. And I really would argue it's a stretch to make it a hot expense. I would much rather them submit an application for general fund dollars. That is very easily defendable. The hot really for marketing and a stretch, and how often they actually use the logo, didn't use the logo, that was a hot mess. The council could set the standard and the parameter for money from the general fund, which is what I would recommend.
So we did fund them from general fund last year of $30,000 in addition to the hot funds. So we could take an approach. Right now they're $7,500 there, which offsets their rentals. Council could decide that they want to increase that from the general funds up to any amount, but it's 30,000 of what we provided last year.
I know us setting the parameters, like, is it hot funds or not? You could sway me that any of these things should or should not be in there. They are events that are going to be here that people have to come here in order to partake in. So yes, and farmers market I could blur my eyes and say there's not that many farmers markets. Like they are like a destination thing. It's not like just going to a grocery store, which is like, I don't want to say a commodity, but it's like anywhere. So I don't know. So to your point, can we ask him again? Not me, you.
We can ask him, and again, it is the council's budget. The mayor submitted the budget, the council now deliberates. If one of the deliberations is we want to make sure that the SFC folks or the farmer's market have, you know, $30,000 from X fund, totally doable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Reeds?
What is event revenue? We have event revenue of 17,400. What's our event revenue from? In the general operating fund?
In the general fund, we have some Art Fest revenue and also
is that like
rental.
booths and stuff like
Yes,
that? Oh, okay.
yes, they
Okay,
had
gotcha.
excess revenues. That's never been a quote-unquote revenue before, so we had a little bit of trouble booking it this year. So we anticipate that's going to be a regular occurrence. So that is now an event revenue line.
So that was covered how before? Like booth fees were?
They submitted a balanced budget before. There was,
Yeah.
but this year there was, you know, some higher expenses, and their revenue needed to
Yeah.
offset their expenses. So, is that your question? What's your question?
Well, I just didn't know what the revenue consisted of.
So the way that Regine accounted for it was the Art Fest would submit their budget, and the top lines would be general fund, and so it would be like, you know, general fund expenses and general fund revenue, and that would be a wash. And so then all of the rest of the budget was hot funds. Because you can't have, so the booth fees, the t-shirt sales, that can't be hot fund revenue because it's not
Right,
hot
right.
tax. So that needs to be general fund revenue. So this year, to make the budget, or to make the accounting correct, we needed to show it, you know, the actual revenue coming into the general fund, then offsetting the general.
Do
the
we
expenses.
anticipate that much?
We anticipate more because
Oh,
council
okay.
approved a pilot program for us to do sponsorship. So we brought in quite a bit of money with sponsorship on top of booth fees. And so we want to build that and expand that. We've already gotten Docs agreed to be a sponsor this coming year. Central Market wants to increase their involvement. So we anticipate that general fund income being more as we get more sponsors on board. But then that money offsets what we use from the hot fund. So you just can't put that money in the hot fund. So it's going to
Yeah.
be income
Yeah.
to the general fund and expense for that event.
Okay, it was just such a jump from the previous year. That's why I was just questioning.
It was
just
like-
to make sure we're not setting ourselves up.
I think it was
So-
6,500 in sponsorships. And the market at Miller, just to clarify that question, they built a pavilion that is a multifunctional pavilion, and we based that on a visit to Santa Fe Market, Carlo Jenkins and I, where the doors come up, they're sliding doors, it's indoor, outdoor. So it's not all indoor anymore, and that space can be utilized for multiple functions, just like the Santa Fe Market.
Okay. I was there, and they're just like, oh, they moved it indoors, which was incorrect. But
Yeah.
I don't know, that
It's a beautiful pavilion that's multifunctional.
okay.
Oh, and one more question. What is the Adopt-A-Bench?
So Adopt a Bench is a program that is that Planning and Environmental is recommending, and basically it is taking those whatever benches the city decides on as far as, you know, putting in the open spaces and green spaces, and people can basically purchase one of those benches and make it kind of a memorial, put a little plaque on it that says this bench is donated to the city in memory of. So Adopt a Bench should have a revenue that also complements the, you know, there's just, you know, an in and out for the city on that. So that's what that is.
Wash kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. Great.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sylvia, in the budget, in page 50, so they are expenses for projects. Page 50. So they have, you got it? So you have Ernest Robles, you have the bridge, and later you have Home Depot, Stern, the school master meter conversion, country water, White. So all of these projects, in my opinion, they are CIP.
Yes, they are.
So why at this moment we don't, well, they are CIP and this is only $1.3 million.
Yes.
And when I go to CIP, it's not 1.3, it's a little more. But in my suggestion is that this is very good, this is excellent. But we need to put here that they are CIP projects. And you don't have all of them. Because at this moment we don't have Lone Oak, we don't have Stern, where you live? Yeah. Also the lift station, and also we have the last street. Oh, at this moment.
Sunset Trail.
Sunset Trail. You don't have that, and Reese. But Sunset Trail is a big project, and I don't see the money there. Sunset Trail is nothing here. Yeah, but look how much money they put. This is what I say. So I think that will be much better if in reality, because this is excellent. We can go there and we can check all the projects that you have and how much money we expect to spend with that kind of projects. Then you have that information, because this is how you were doing the abstract of summary of the budget. It's only you have to bring that information. And if you post it here, I think that will be more easy to deal with that. Now, I'm sorry, with the same topic, I think that we need to be cautious, that perhaps you need to have some cushion of 30% of each of that projects for inflationary and that kind of things. Because if no, all of this is not valid when we will go to budget adjustments. If at this moment we say this is that we believe, and you have additional 30% cushion, so we know that with the budget, we will have not too much revenues, because perhaps we will spend that here, but that will avoid future.
Yeah,
budget
and that's noted in the budget and finance transmission letter, as well as my letter, saying that these estimates are based on prior, 2 years ago, right, in terms of and so we know that these costs are under.
Mark, sometimes you can say something, and it's here in writing, but we need to put that in numbers.
Right.
So this is the difference. So in that way, say, well, 100,000, perhaps no, 30%, 130. So that doesn't mean that we need to spend the 130, but that gave it to you that freedom. Then you don't need to come here and say, members of the city council, budget adjustment.
Yes.
So
this is a picture of the overall budget. Page 51 is included in the entire budget summary. So if you scroll down to the next page, the total projects equal 1,334,500.
Yeah.
If you jump to the CIP, that is going to equal 1,317, and the 17.5 difference is because there was a vote to support Sunset Valley Elementary, 7,500 for Ps, and then 10,000 for some projects. So that equaled 17,500. So that is the difference, but those numbers all add up to the capital improvement.
You say that I can see that where? In which page?
Yes, so if you go to the capital improvement program
Tell me the
page,
page, please.
which is, should be page 128, Those projects equal 1317. See that corner, 1317?
128?
Yes, it should be 128, plus or minus 1 or 2 pages.
128, 420, 124.
129, it appears. $127?
Okay.
127,
Thank
okay. So the projects that were approved by the Public Works Committee recommended equal 1.317. So those numbers correspond to the overall budget, with the difference of an additional 17,500 that belongs to Sunset Valley Elementary. Sunset Valley Elementary is not a capital project. We just have it listed under projects, and maybe to clarify that, that needs to be moved to general government support as well.
Okay, so I am in that page 127. And in that 127, when I was looking by groups, the first block, then you have the water connection, countrywide line, and the other gave it to me $700,000. And the other gave it to me 77. $1,243, so 1,243,000. So that gave it to almost $1.9 million. If I am looking this.
It should add up to 1317. I'm trying to get my calculator to.
I am using my calculator mentally, but so maybe it will be nice if we have that numbers. So you have this number. Can I use? Thank you.
The difference is, so Alfonso,
Yeah.
that table, that chart should be updated because, for example, the countrywide 530 is the total cost of the project over 2 years. The cost to the budget in our next year is only $100,000. So there, I think if we update that chart to reflect the fact that some of these projects are not in the next budget year, but they're over multiple years, that's where you're seeing the discrepancy.
Good catch, good catch. So how do we see the projects already in process, like the wastewater station?
So there is a note that we have to bring that back to you because there's going to be some adjustments that are going to be needed, and I think Carolyn and company are still resolving that. Carolyn, is that correct?
For the FY 21-22 projects, the engineers had made some estimates on what we think those projects are going to cost. Budget and Finance didn't want to like put that out there, and then that becomes the cost of the project when we go out to bid. So that is not included. Those numbers are not, that amount is not included in the budget for what we anticipate the differences are going to be due to inflation and supply chain issues, and just getting contractors to work as well. So there is a number that we're going to have to, so for example, the Sunset Trail kind of mega project, we'll discuss it this week at Public Works Committee, and then hopefully we'll be back to council at the beginning of September to go ahead and send that out for bids and get that. The bidding would not be complete. We wouldn't be bringing that back to council until October. So we won't have a firm number on that until that point in time on how much that how much those combined projects would cost. That is a project that would be combined with a couple of the projects that are here in the 23 CIP. For example, the AISD water line, I think, is wrapped up in there. The Jones Road drainage project, which we have seen in previous budgets, but it wasn't budgeted in FY21. So those projects would be part of that kind of mega project that we're going to be bringing to council in the next few weeks.
Okay, so then those will come, once you get those final numbers or the final bids and such, that will come as a budget amendment that we will do next year at some point?
Yes, and next year at some point, once we get those numbers in.
Okay, now are those funds accounted for, or when we look at the Barbara
Yes.
Wilson sheet.
Yes, they are. They're encumbered.
They're encumbered, so,
Yes.
okay, okay.
Yes. But I think one of the things I keep reiterating is, given the economic uncertainty that we're heading in, I really want council to work with staff to prioritize some of that, because if
Yeah.
we already know our current projects are going to come in higher and they're going to be a greater drawdown, obviously the pro forma is going to change because it's not going to be that much in reserve. So every time we make a change, we have to be cognizant of what that domino effect is over the long term.
Yeah, that's right. If I can just say one more thing, is this is a great, this is beautiful. Y'all have worked so hard on this, and Budget Committee, I should be very proud. I hope the process was a good process, and it's just, this is, this is a complicated thing to understand, and y'all have made it as easy as possible, even though it's still a little complicated to understand. But it's a very good product, and good luck on this award. This is, wow, I'm impressed.
I'd like to hear from the Budget and Finance Chair. Thank you again for your work. I know that it's a lot. Having served on Budget and Finance Committee, I know the summertime, you devote so much time to this, and I appreciate all your efforts. But take the opportunity to present any additional context that you want, or additional information you want to share with council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. First, I would like to thank staff for all their hard work. As any of you who've been through budget know, it's a marathon. And once again, we've gotten through it this year. I would like to make a couple of comments, and I would like to clear up a couple of things. First, one of the things that's been raised is an issue about an allocation of $250,000 for parks and open space. And I don't think that was presented clearly and correctly. P&E had made a request to budget to allocate $250,000 for parks and open space planning. The feeling from the committee was that there was no explicit plan yet because the parks and open space planning had not been completed and the comprehensive plan had not been completed, and we did not want to allocate the money for it at this time until those processes were completed. It's represented in here that we had allocated $250,000 to this, if you look at the Budget Committee recommendation, which is not true. We did make an informal recommendation, meaning we didn't vote on it, it's just a suggestion, that $250,000 could come out of the $700,000 that had been already allocated. But that was council's decision to make. Like I said, just a suggestion. So just to be clear, we never suggested allocating that money. Secondly, there's one issue in here that concerns me, and I think it should be of concern to the council, which is there is a line item in here. Well, let me back up a step. The budget that's being presented is being presented as, this is what the Budget and Finance Committee recommended. I'm afraid that that's not quite true. There are some additions here that I feel should have been called out explicitly that were not. And there was information in here that was not provided to the Budget and Finance Committee. In particular, there is a line item here called transfer in from reserves. It says in the document here, and this is on page 45, I think page 45 digitally, page 43 in your book, the first page of revenues and expenses. It says that, or implies at least, that the Budget and Finance Committee had made a recommendation of a transfer in from reserves of $1.842 million. This was news to me. I'd never seen this before. I checked with the vice chair. She'd never seen it before. And then there's a reduction. It says a reduction by the staff correction of $1.56 million. Again, I don't know where this came from. I suspect that there's another item in here that we did not see, which is an addition of a CIP fund of $1.741 million. Also news to me. My understanding, which may or may not be correct, is that this is a combination of CIP projects that the council has previously approved, and that may be the case and it may not. I don't know because there is not information here about what that was. But one of the values that we espouse as a community is transparency, particularly when it comes to our budget. That we have a goal, and we've talked about this before in the past, that any citizen ought to be able to understand our budget. I should have looked at this earlier, and I'm afraid I didn't have time. I looked at it now, or earlier today, starting at about 3:30 or 4 o'clock. And I spent at least a couple of hours trying to figure out what the differences were between where we'd ended up on the budget committee and what this was. And I think that's a problem. I think that all the changes that are in this document should have been explicitly outlined by staff and provided to you and said, this is what Budget and Finance Committee recommended. These are the changes that we made. Particularly when there's items in here of $1.5 million and $1.7 million. That ought to be explicit. That ought to be very visible to council, to the citizens, to the committee. It's not okay that it's buried in here with one line in the mayor's document about we're funding money for CIP with nothing explicit. And one line, if you read through all of this, line by line and see, oh, wait a second, there was funds that were provided to the committee during this process of what our projected funds were going to be at the end of FY 2023 that we saw basically every meeting, and then all of a sudden this changes to add this line about a CIP fund for $1.7 million. I'm not objecting to the fact that the CIP fund is there. I am objecting that this came out of nowhere. That's not okay. That's not how the process should work. What I'd like to recommend to you is that maybe this item should be taken out for the time being, because one of the things that the committee was very explicit about as we went through this process was that we need to revive our long-range planning. We used to have a 5-year plan for our budgets. We used to have a 40-year plan for street and utility maintenance. And one of the recommendations of the committee, and one of the things we wanted to start on at our very next budget meeting, was let's revive these projects, because there are certain things, and the mayor brought up one, which is all of a sudden our utility subsidies are increasing greatly. One, we need to understand why. Number two, we need to start planning. Do we need to cut back on utilities? Do we have to have contingency plannings if our budgets or if our revenues start to fall or stay even while our expenses rise? And this particular item, I think, should be part of that planning. What do we need to allocate for CIP, not just for the next year, but over the long term? And do it in a way that is public and visible and explicit, that everyone can understand. If there are any other questions you want to ask me about the budget, about particular things we did, I'll be glad to answer them. But I wanted to bring that up. I would like to see, one of the things I'd like to see provided to you is, what were the changes, line by line, between what Budget and Finance actually recommended and what's in your current document? One of the things I'd especially like to see is, in the projections we were given for end-of-year fund balances, it came to a total of about $27.1 million. In the document you were given, it's $690,000 less than that. I would like to understand what those changes are. I understand that a good part of it is from this allocation for the CIP, but I see things like the projection that we got versus the projection that you got. General fund is $1.4 million lower. Street fund is $500,000 lower. Utility fund, and this is the one I particularly don't understand, is $1.3 million lower. And I don't get that if I read this document correctly, and I'm not sure I did because it's confusing. We're going to spend $1.3 million on the street fund. We're going to take in revenues of $900,000. So how did it fall $1.3 million? I think all those questions need to be answered. I think you need to get the explicit information about what these changes are.
I'm sorry, can I motion that we extend to 10 o'clock?
You can.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Is there a second for the motion to extend the meeting past for up to an hour?
It's 9 o'clock. We got to.
It's 9 o'clock. We're at our.
Yeah. I think so.
Is there a second for that? No, Councilmember Rosengarten seconds, or Mayor Pro Tem seconds. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Thank you for keeping us. Could we bring back for the Saturday meeting? I know you sent. Yeah, and just because I know you sent us the link, but it'd be helpful.
But is it? Is it just so I'm clear? Is it mainly that like this, like these? Well, no, like this. These pages don't really cover it. So if you were just to read this, then it wouldn't. Are you saying that there's stuff missing in these as well? No, I'm saying that.
What I'm saying is that all of a sudden, from what was discussed in Budget and Finance over this months-long process, all of a sudden, there's 2 new items in here after the Budget and Finance Committee is done, where we're pulling $1.8 million, or excuse me, $1.5 million out of reserves and creating a new CIP fund. Never discussed in any of the budget meetings.
Well,
never discussed.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking for information. So like these spreadsheets have like BNF recommendation. So and then
some of which is incorrect.
Okay. So that's one thing. But so I guess we're looking for corrections there. But then also maybe seeing the delta like in the narrative. Am I on the right track? So
yes.
Like we could see the difference in the narrative, but then we could also like make sure we have correct numbers here.
You should also see the delta between what Budget and Finance actually recommended and what's being presented to you.
Didn't you have a page just like that, Sylvia?
I'm sorry?
Didn't you have a page of the differences with Budget and Finance, and that I thought you just showed it earlier?
Yes, it's in the OpenGov portal.
Can you print that out
yes.
for us at the meeting, for the meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
So then we can see the difference.
Again, I'll be happy to itemize it. I'll be happy to go back to the minutes and get the exact minute and second that it was reviewed, but the Budget and Finance did indeed review the capital improvement program. Whether or not they understood it was going to be drawn from reserves is an entirely different story, but I can go back and listen to the minutes and bring the recording.
It was not made explicit. It was never in our materials. Again, that's not okay.
So is Budget and Finance recommending that we do not draw from our reserve for CIP projects? What are you recommending?
I would recommend that either it go back to Budget and Finance for consideration, since it was not part of the budget process, or council can decide that they want to allocate that money. But it ought to be done explicitly, in public, on the record, made very clear that this is what we're doing.
So and Public Works has recommended this?
Recommended the project?
Yes.
Yes, they've recommended the project.
So it has gone through Public Works?
The CIP was heard by the Budget and Finance Committee on July 21st.
Okay.
Here's the agenda item. I'll go back and listen to the minutes and listen to the motion. Carolyn presented the item, and we talked about increased cost in
See,
FY22.
This is obscuring the issue. Yeah, we approved all those things. They're all in the budget, right? What was not in the budget was we're going to allocate this $1.5 million that we're going to pull from reserves, and we're going to create this CIP fund of $1.7 million. These are two different things. We approved all those projects. All those projects are in the budget. That's fine. That was done.
So you are concerned about how it's being tracked because it's being tracked in a separate fund, and that's something that the Budget and Finance didn't get to talk about?
It was something that the Budget and Finance was never presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. If you go back and look at all our documentation, you will not see anywhere where either 1.8 million or 1.56 million was going to be allocated out of reserves. There is nothing in that documentation. There is nothing in that documentation that says we're going to create a CIP fund of $1.7 million.
So the concern is not the dollar amount, or is it because it's from the reserves, or is it because it's going into this, it's being tracked in a separate fund?
The concern is that this was never, the concern first is the process, that this was never
Okay.
discussed.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
This was
but-
never,
Okay, it's never discussed.
never
Okay.
discussed, never brought up. I think that people might be concerned if we go from a projection of, say, $10.4 million at the end of FY '23 for the general fund to now going to $8.9 million. Right? Don't you think that's something that everyone would want to talk about? Is this something we want to do? Is this how we want to handle this particular issue? As opposed to staff is just going to do this on the fly all of a sudden right at the end of the budget process? Doesn't that strike you as not a very good way to do things?
Well, I'm not sure I wasn't in the meeting and I can't say what happened.
I was in the meetings and I am saying
yeah.
what happened.
And there's different opinions here, so I don't
It's
really
not
want
a
to get
difference of
in the
opinion, there's
middle.
a difference
But
of fact.
it does seem that we need some clarification, no matter what. We need to clarify the process here.
Yes.
And in the future, to work toward a better process where these types of things won't occur. So I don't know when y'all plan to meet again. When is your next meeting?
We have a meeting on the
Probably
25th.
Is when?
The 25th.
The 25th. So that definitely needs to be on the agenda.
Yes.
That you go through that and make sure it's clear that's for both. And it's also bringing up the past meeting, and it could be that it was discussed, but it is kind of complicated, and it could have been missed, because it could have been really fast or whatever, so.
No.
Or it wasn't presented in a way that everybody understood very clearly.
We do a budget. We put out numbers. Those numbers should be explicit. It should be a
Okay.
clear
Well, it's clear
and
that,
definite
it's clear that
process.
there's a misunderstanding. That is very clear. So
Okay.
that needs to be resolved. So the Budget and Finance needs to look at that. So that's very clear.
But one of the things I'm saying is I think that staff should provide to you a list of all the differences of what happened. For example, between the numbers that finance had and the numbers that were presented to you, if you look at salaries, there is a difference of about $170,000. We're increased by $170,000. $112,000 of that is the money we allocated as a one-time stipend. What is that other $58,000? There may be a very good explanation for that I don't know. My concern is there's no explanation for it. Where did that come from?
So we can bring that back as part of our budget discussion.
All of that for the workshop.
Yeah.
And I'll send it to you in advance of the workshop.
What's that? Right, so it'll have to be sent out as a, yeah, which I think is,
Make it in a very broad sense that handouts will be provided, Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Would you include the Barbara Wilson page? Is it in here? Yeah.
It's not in the physical copy, it's in the digital copy.
It's just digital. Can you give a hard copy of that for the meeting also?
What is it this one?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, my iPad has run out of battery.
The final thing I'll say on this is that this is an issue of transparency. When we get to the end of the budget process, there should be no surprises. Thank you.
And to reiterate, I want to make sure that we clear up any confusions or issues and that it is a transparent budget. It's not my intention to make something that is obfuscating it. So these are valid questions. These are things that I want to work through with council. And I especially want to make sure that the committee, if they feel that there's been a change that they didn't get a chance to weigh in on, that you guys get an opportunity to, in your next meeting, discuss that with staff.
Yeah.
we do have these large projects that we need to fund, and so I think clearing up, just make sure that it is clear like how they're getting funded is a priority for council. I think the bigger issue is that I'm concerned that we don't have all the costs captured here. We just, we talked about that. We know that these costs are still to be determined for some of our, outstanding projects. This budget is incomplete in the sense that we don't have the final numbers for the projects that we expect to spend money on next year. And that's yet another expense that it's not detailed in this budget, regardless of, the source of funding. If we had to pull in reserves, it's going to affect all of our other projections. But I appreciate Budget and Finance work on this, and thank you for raising these issues, because I want to make sure that we do have a transparent budget that is easy for, that it should be a clean handoff from Budget and Finance, to the council. So I want us to work through this on Saturday as well as special, with the details of the differences. But I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And we have lots of time for public comments now. So
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. So I want to preface this as saying these are comments from the peanut gallery. I've been sitting up there, either there or there or there for a long time, and so so it's sort of said from my sitting there eating popcorn and looking at this, and these are my comments from that place. So this first comment, I've got about 6 of them. This first comment is directed towards the mayor, because he's the one who posts the agendas. And so from previous years, here and there, I would like for residents to be able to see what you're going to talk about, and then keep having a little time at the end to bring things up in case they weren't there for another one, they couldn't make that meeting. So just in terms of process about how you talk about it, let them know we're going to be discussing this, because this is what we used to do in the Jeff Mills era, which was when we had a lot of resident engagement in the budget. And so we would go over it, and we would hash it out, and there'd be a lot of people. And I think there'd be an opportunity for that. Maybe they won't show up, or maybe they will, but this allows them to have input. So I would like that to happen in the posting of it, so that people can say, hey, we're talking about this, and there'll still be other things in case you missed it, so you have a little piece for that. So in terms of process, that's one. This was an amazing finance committee. Yeah, I'm married to the chair, but I've watched a lot of them, and I think they did some good things about the way they analyzed projects. They basically said, if you don't have a plan or you don't have a number, we're not going to fund you right now. It's not that we do or don't like your project, but I think that's a really important thing to say to the liaisons, to their committees. You want to get funded, have a plan, have a number, and that's even true of the mayor. If the mayor was frustrated with his things, he didn't put numbers on it. And so when you're giving it to the numbers people, they want to crunch a number. And so I'm a forest person, so these are my forests. So even when I sat on finance, that was my function, to sort of be a forest person more than a numbers person. So these are my forest recommendations from this thing that I would still say if I was on finance. So I would say take that back to your committees. And then I'm going to separately address the CIP and the subsidies, because I need more documentation, but you will hear comments from me about those things. And I probably also will separately address the way we get the money for the long-time infrastructure. And I think we still need to somehow do that, because they should have had time, which they usually do after the fact, to talk about the long-term plans. But we used to also get it from Public Works, so we could see how much money we needed to fund to make sure we were in terms of our 40-year plan. And I don't see where that's been talked about. I just don't. And I haven't seen the 40-year plan to say, these are coming up, where's the money going to hit? And that concerns me with this emphasis on the CIP. Separate projects, like the mayor suggested, of subsidies. I'm that girl. I'm the one who would every year try to move something forward, some little project that probably the previous city administrator would ask me to look into, and somebody else would probably do a lot of the math, and I would push it forward. And I could pull off one of those a year. And if you want to address something like subsidies, that's a policy decision that Michael Francis used to always want to say, that's a policy decision. So council has a lot better way. So if I was going to do it as that policy person, I had to get everybody on board to do that piece. And it was really hard to do. And I would somehow get $1 on the drainage or whatever when we would do something. That's how we would get that thing put in there. But if you guys wanted to do it, you could say, set this amount and ask them to do it. Now you have 4.5 people. We used to have 7 or 8 on finance. We're down to 4.5 people. The other person's there sometimes, sometimes not, who did all this work. And so when you want to do something like that, you cannot say, do that during budget. That's an unreasonable thing, Mr. Mayor. And so you don't have the bandwidth to do it. So if you want to do it, now's the time. This is the window. This is the project window that you're coming into when budget is gone, and that usually they just blow it off. But you're going to do it either right in January or you're going to do it here. Those are the windows for when you can do something like that. So I put that in there. The adopted bench, I'm just going to throw this in here. The adopted bench should be anything, a trash can or whatever, yeah. All right, so I will wrap up by saying I never saw some things in there. I agree. Things like the Susanna part-time job. I would have said something, and that should have been called out, and I never saw it. Thank you for my time. And if anybody have a question, I'll be happy to clarify.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Rosengarten.
I think that when you try to build something and you have different people, it takes a little more time and it's a little more difficult to come to consensus. And it's true. At this moment, we need to be more constructive to fix it. Something was wrong. But how bad is that? I think that the methodology that they were using here, the methodology is the time. I think that perhaps at the end, the Committee of Finance and the staff, they need to be sure what they will present. And they agree. This is not the first time that the chairman came here. If you remember, years ago, another chairman came here and he was upset because he said they changed the budget. This is not that we agree. And I remember that night. So at this moment, I would like to see the positive. And looking the positive, my analogy is that remind me when I used to work with my thesis, first the bachelor or the master. And the chapters, they used to tell me, no, when you will finish that, and when you will finish, and more and more and more information, because always I found something. I try to do the perfect book. So here, I think that the leader in the staff has to be working with other people. And not necessarily the other people, at this moment, they are working so hard, but not necessarily for the same topic. It's true, I think that they have some dates, and the leaders say, we need this for these dates because it's important for me. But how much they are helping? Sometimes your backup is in production. Most of them, they are in production. I'm sorry for saying that, but it's hard because it takes time. The same as a team, football or whatever, 4 or 5 years, the team is mature because they work with that experience. At this moment, they don't have all of that experience. And some of these chapters, they needed to be writing for some of that actors, not the leader. And when I say that, it's important also to be sincere And when I say sincere, maybe my partners, they are helping me, but it's not only my responsibility. It's all of them, and they need to work with me. Has to say it that way. So the methodology about this was they never met. The chairman and the leader or the administrator, and they were agreed with that, and they presented. So when we don't have that kind of things, misunderstandings, so sometimes we don't trust, and that mistrust create more clouds, and we don't need to have clouds. As we say, I don't understand this, and we don't understand that. For us, at this moment, we are the same that vultures, and we are catching details. And this is wrong, this is good, this is that, and the vulture is still there. But I think that we don't need to be that way. If we say that we will analyze this and will be this Saturday, we will accomplish a lot, and we will learn a lot. And that details, because the chairman, they spend hours and hours looking the numbers. He knows exactly what he's talking. For us, boom, because we need to look that. So when they are asking about transparency, they deserve transparency. In his eyes, he's not looking that. In his eyes. And I believe. So for us, we need to learn. I think that this is not finished. This is why I say that. We will continue, and we need to learn that the speed of the horse depends on the horse or the car. How many horsepower do you have? That will give it to you that velocity, or how that will work. So at this moment, in my opinion, we are learning. We have a team that is young, is working hard, but needs a little more experience to support and to provide much better projects. But for me, this is excellent job. Excellent job. Mistakes, everybody has mistakes. It is a good job, and it's a little lack of communication. And sometimes we had problems before for the attitude from one side and attitude from the other side. I think that we need to wash that attitude and work as a professionals. This is how I can see that.
Councilor Rosengren.
Thank you, Chair Charles Young, for bringing it to council, that I didn't word it correctly, that it was a recommendation, not a vote. Appreciate that. And also thank you for being so detailed, because had I had time, I would have done the same, but I didn't have time. I spent 2 days just preparing for tonight's meeting, and it was overwhelming. I looked through all the pages and thought, oh my God, how am I gonna get through this? And got through it. But I didn't get the chance to look at the budget book compared to what we did in the budget meetings. So thank you for that. We'll get that information, we'll look at it, and we'll see what that explanation is. Thank you.
Council, any further discussion on this discussion item? Any further comments from the public?
I want to make one more comment on a slightly different item. There are items, for example, there were estimates from the engineers for Sunset Trail, additional cost for Sunset Trail and for Lone Oak, that were, I believe Sunset Trail was 70% higher than the previous estimate. Lone Oak was 50% higher than the previous estimate. We know that money needs to be allocated for these things, but we did not feel that we had the information necessary about whether we should allocate this money. We were very uncomfortable with these very high estimates, and we wanted them to go back, to go out and get bids, and to give us a better idea of how much money actually needed to be spent. There are other things like the committee, I think I can speak for the majority of the committee to say we strongly believe that we should be taking the money we have in reserves and thinking about how we invest it in public infrastructure and the future of this city. We're very much in favor of that. I think that is money well spent. But I think we need to have kind of a more explicit idea of what we want to do before we start allocating more funds. And I just wanted to make that clear.
Any further business? All right, I think we're at the point in time when we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
It's Saturday, at what time will be the meeting?
9 o'clock. 9 to 12.
Here?
Here. We're going to publish the agenda tomorrow. I did ask staff to add 2 items to the agenda, so it'll be a called meeting. The first is, so we're going to do, my plan is 9 to 10. We're going to have, or up to 9 o'clock up to 10 o'clock, we're going to have discussion of 2 items and possible action on 2 items. One is finalizing any changes that we want to make to our vision statement as a result of the discussion we had at our retreat. We can't find a time to have a secondary retreat that works for everybody, so we're going to take that up as an agenda item on 9 o'clock on Saturday. And the other is appointing a liaison to the P&E committee. So we'll do that on Saturday as well. So in the absence of Councilmember Litchfield, we need a liaison for P&E for the next several months, so that committee can be supported by council. So those 2 items, and then we'll go into our budget workshop. Up to an hour, but I don't think we're going to need up to that hour. We're going to send out the vision statement the draft of the vision statement we came to at our retreat, so that you can look at it. And if we want to make any final changes before we adopt it, we can do so at Saturday morning. Otherwise, we can just adopt it as we edited it. So we'll be sending that out.
I can buy you. I think that I think that it's important for me if the city administrator spend a little time with the chairman of finance and they check notes. So in that way, we will have a little better idea for them. So in that way, I think that is critical in the way that I am looking. Then they don't match their notes. And if they disagree, because they need to write, I disagree for this, between them. So in that way, Saturday, when we will come here, I think that we will lesson everybody. And that means transparency, an open mind. And the most important, going for the best for the city, because everybody is doing the best. So this is my suggestion. I hope that
I would be happy to do that. Councilmember Carmona, I would just ask the chair to email me as opposed to only staff. Staff got an email today on questions. I wasn't copied on the questions, so I have no idea what his concerns are. Happy to talk to him one-on-one about what his concerns are, but that has to be an open line of communication.
Well, this is my suggestion. I hope that if you have time to talk with the staff is working for you, but not the chairman. So if he wants to do that, I think that would be good. But this is my position. Please.
Councilmember Johnson.
I move we adjourn.
All right. Is there a second for that?
I second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, we are adjourned at
Thank you,
9:29 p.m.
Been a long day.